Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the Hearthstone Open presented by Blizzard, AEL, and that McLovinate support from Maccas. It's officially go time here in the Hearthstone Open. We're in the playoffs portion of the tournament, and now we're bringing together all the finalists from each state, and we get to decide who's quite arguably the best, if not one of the best players in the Australia and New Zealand regions. I'm Mendrix, and joining me today is none other than the Wandering Bard. Mate, how are you today?
Oh, it's so exciting to be back here, Mendrix. So obviously, every week's been great so far in this tournament. The meta's evolved, the players have stepped it up week after week, and this is the culmination of all of that. Not just one better, like several steps above. We're here in the finals, in the champion stage, for all the players who showed their strongest stuff in the previous weeks, battling it out over 2 days. I cannot wait.
I'm exactly the same as you. I am ecstatic to see what these guys have got for us today. And that's a really good point to bring up as well, Bard. The meta is relatively the same. We've seen no movements in the metadata. Quest Warrior, Aggro Druid, Secret Living Paladin just still reign supreme. However, their win rates have taken a bit of a hit. They're sitting out at that 60% mark now, or actually they're no longer at the 60% mark. Now they're down to around that 57, 58. Still on top, but the tier 2 decks are beginning to rise in performance. It seems their edge has been lost and a bit dulled over time.
Yeah, I wouldn't say so much of the metagame has flipped or crumbled during this event, but it has definitely matured. It's broadened. The decks at the top, as you said, they're still the same. They're still the tier decks, but we've seen more understanding gained by the players of how they can draft their lineups around tier 2 decks or decks with more polarized matchups, right? We've seen players come in the 3-deck ban 1 format and say target the warrior and druid playing players because those decks are both sort of very board based aggressive minion decks and target them with really powerful control decks like the lifesteal combo Demon Hunter, the Quest Hand Warlock, all of these decks that can really prey on those specific matchups. Or people come with very aggressive lineups, things like Face Hunter, or even last week we saw a bit of these unconventional sort of stealth-based Paladin deck, Poison Rogue, all of these very fast face-focused decks that just sort of ignore the board, especially for something like Quest Warrior that's always going to take 7 or 8 turns to kill you in most cases. So players have found ways that they can exploit the top decks when they're predictable, but especially in a field like this where every player is good, it's still a pretty reasonable decision to bring in the stuff that's most winning and just expect that on average you'll come out ahead.
The other thing to take into account as well is now you have to bring an extra deck to the table. No longer is it 3 decks, you need to have at least 4, and you will have, one of those banned away, which is definitely difficult because sometimes some players, like you guys had mentioned before, I believe we had this discussion before we even got into the tournament today, players like to bring, these pretty heavy aggro decks that will just sort of sit back, really target one particular deck in particular, and just plow right through it. And that has been a winning strategy for some of the players that made it through today. Now you have to bring one extra deck to the member. If you're not that well prepared on that particular deck, you could find yourself losing pretty early.
Yeah, and I'm really interested to see what impact that will have on the meta. Obviously, it's hard to say, right? Because every previous stage has been 3-deck ban 1, now it's 4-deck ban 1, and that does change a lot because if your opponent brought, say, the best 3 decks and they bring, Druid, Warrior, Paladin, if we say that's the top tier, you can ban out the Paladin and the other 2 decks are similar enough that you can build a really niche lineup to target those 2 decks. But if you add even one more deck to the list, the chances that you're going to be able to have these niche decks that have very polarized matchups where you're favored against all of your opponent's decks with all of yours, it's so much lower. It's almost impossible, I would say, in the current meta, because the decks are just different enough and no one has that many really great matchups. So whether that pushes players back to the middle and we see a lot more of those tier decks, or whether people just bring their comfort decks and they trust in their own experience specifically with lists. We've seen players who really prefer the Warlock deck or the Demon Hunter combo list and have said that, right? I wouldn't be surprised to see those players repping what they know, even if it's not the best deck to play here.
And that's interesting as well because we do have the fact that we're going to be bringing up our first competition today and the first winners bracket here. Of course, we're still going to be at the upper bracket. No one's really lost and gone down just yet. It is going to be King Viking and JJ who's going to be first up to the bat. And this is really exciting for me because I know for a fact that King JJ, or not King JJ, no, King Viking. JJ is actually a member that really likes his OTK Demon Hunter. And we did have some interviews in the past. I'm not sure if the players are listening in. There's a bit of a delay. I wonder if they've taken those interviews into account. A lot of players have actually said, hey, this is where I like to play. This is my particular style. Did they write that down and note that? Or perhaps maybe they're more than happy and just prepared for those specific decks and they're going to let them work through with the bands. How would you play this out if it was you going into it?
I mean, I guess it depends, right? If I hadn't watched my opponent's interview, I wouldn't know what I was missing. But if my opponent goes on stream and says, I've been playing, the Il'gynoth combo Demon Hunter list since it came out. I've got 2 years of experience on this deck. I love this deck. I back myself against anything. I would probably ban that deck. I probably wouldn't overthink it too much. But I do really respect JJ for, not only being able to willing to rep the deck by playing it through tournaments and even now in the champion stage, it is registered as part of his lineup here today, but to just boldly go on camera and tell everybody what your plan is, that takes a certain amount of courage.
I mean, it's all, look, at this point now, it's all open information. It's not like we're giving anything away. So if the players, were watching tournament, decided to go through, see how these particular fashions and styles operate, they'd pretty much know exactly what they need to do and their clearest path to victory. I feel like there's a lot of changes, again, that have been happening over time. So I'm going to be pretty keen to see what does play out. And actually, one of the other things as well is what's going to be the more popular deck in competitive play, because we've talked again about, the holy trinity at the moment, which seems to be the Druid, the Paladin, and the Quest Warrior. But in competitive play, when it comes to the crunch, those things really don't play out. Sometimes that Rukara doesn't come out early enough. You're too busy trying to stay alive rather than actually playing Pirates. You're using your wave clear. There have been some changes and iterations with technical cards coming in to sort of give it a little bit more oomph in those early games and perhaps turn it from being a blunt instrument into a scalpel. So I'm really looking forward to these technical cards coming in for the players now. There's little adjustments that are completely different to what is going to be a cookie cutter deck and them actually showing us their styles.
Yeah, because I mean, the tech cards are something that I really wanted to bring up as well, because these players obviously have been playing this better now for a month since the last mini expansion was released, or more, however long we've been doing this tournament. And they've had plenty of time to practice, say, the Warrior versus Warrior Mirror or the Warrior Druid matchup. And so they each have this really clear idea of sort of roughly what's in their opponent's deck, what they need to do, what they need to, where they need to be in the match by a certain point. And one of the things about tech cards is that even if the tech card by itself doesn't like single-handedly put your opponent's deck on the ground in a heap, it can really mess up their expectations. If you have an extra finisher beyond Mr. Smite in your Quest Warrior deck, your opponent might feel as though they're safe after they see the Smite turn or something, and they don't expect you to have any more burst damage. You come out with some sort of second late game source of charge damage and ambush them with it, or having extra early removal in some of these matchups where people don't expect it. It can really cripple them because they'll play into those cards, trying to find every little bit of percentage, but not expecting you to have this unique version of the list.
I mean, or you could just do what JJ did last time in the tournament and just, use the Juggernaut to bring Mr. Smite onto the board rather than actually playing the card. So, yes. I mean, look, there's all these little bits that happen throughout the tournament that, we're talking about, hey, you need to have Mr. Smite, you need to have this particular thing in hand. But we have seen some crazy moments where discoveries, card generations, just random effects have come in and it has blown us away in terms of that there. Because even though the tournament's a little bit more straightforward in terms of what's happening in the meta, everyone's got an idea how to play out. These crazy discovery cards or basically just random effects can still completely change the face of a match, or in the sense of things, this tournament, because we have seen players make their way through because of these random number generated effects. And I'm really keen to see if we're going to have any of those moments now in finals, or if players have really smoothed out their card sequencing to make sure that these things just don't happen.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's part of Hearthstone, part of card games, right? Is playing around the variance that emerges, and sometimes your opponent high rolls and you have to deal with it. That's sort of what we're seeing right now, right?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, look, we can look to see how we are doing. We have jumped into that game now. And there's going to be, of course, that Quest Hand Wall up against the Druid here as well, and the Acorns coming into play.
Yeah, the bans are in. Obviously, the players sort of leapt from banding to playing very quickly, but we've got the Druid banned out for JJ, who's currently playing his Quest Hand Warlock list. Was allowed to keep that Demon Hunter, so that's an interesting one, right? Like JJ's JJ's lineup seems pretty straightforward to me. Maybe a Temple will see a lot going forward. You've got the Warrior and the Druid deck, but then you also have the two premier controlling decks, it looks like, aside from the Paladin, the Warlock and Demon Hunter. King Viking also playing Warrior and Druid, but adding Shaman and Hunter, so going on more the aggro side of that, top 2 tier deck split. And has had the Face Hunter banned out, obviously, as the sort of aggro deck, seemingly most able to get in under Warlock and Demon Hunter. So that's going to be the important thing. Can King Viking overcome those control decks, perhaps with the Shaman?
Well, that is definitely what we're going to have to look to see how this does play through. What's interesting here, though, is King Viking's off to a very good start here. As you can see, the Oracle of Luna already generating insane amounts of value by putting a very wide board up here. And JJ, right off the bat, needs to start actually getting some of these, at least a soul rend here. You can see he's trying to actually find it at this moment in time to clear away the board, but he's taking quite a bit of damage down to 19 HP. You have some discounts available, but he still hasn't found a way to clear this board.
Yeah, I mean, the soul rend is really what it's all about. When your opponent starts as strongly as this on the Druid, there's really nothing else that's worth doing. We're going to try and buy some time here with the Moag Artificer. Okay, Grimoire of Sacrifice, not bad. Going to clear away most of that board.
That's one way to bring it down. Of course, those Annoyatrons with the Divine Shield still will remain there, and as you can see, that's going to be a lot of cards being drawn in return here as well, and already refilling the board with those Acons as they come up.
Yeah, I mean, look, we talked about the tech cards, right? That Grimoire of Sacrifice, that hasn't been in every hand Warlock list. It's sort of an adaptation people have been making over time, and, just sort of accounting for the fact that it isn't quite as surefire against these aggro decks if you're just relying on the two, on Soul Rend, which is sort of a more expensive card. So, we're going to just trust in getting some extra card draw to bring our Bloodshard Bristlebacks online and go a little bit earlier game with this sort of build. It'll be interesting, which Warlock players are on that versus the older split with the Baron's Protector and the Soul Rend as the tournament goes on.
Well, we do have the Nightshade Matron come through. Of course, at the same time, this will allow him to draw up a little bit more, which is damn nice in that sense. And of course, he's going to have him at least have a decent-sized minion on the board, but he's still wing up across a very wide board here from King Viking, who still has a decent hand of tempo directly afterwards coming into this turn 6. But we have seen a little bit, talking about as well, it's just sort of that idea of a little bit of different tech cards. The Warlocks are beginning to bring that Ruined Mithril Rod as well, which I honestly thought Thirst was a little bit, maybe it's not really going to be hitting the mark as it needs to, but we can see having the discount to bring that in as sort of just an extra little quest objective that they're bringing into it and adding values another way. And I feel like these Warlocks are really beginning to take advantage of that particular card or that particular technical effect. Yeah,
it's interesting, right? We talk about tech cards as sort of individual card choices, but this is almost more of like a tech archetype, right? Because we saw previously what we were seeing was a lot of quest hand Warlock, that's trying to get online not only the Warlock quest, but also the Flesh Golems, the Gold Shea Nulls, just whatever it can do to discount large minions and sort of take over the board early rather than letting the opponent take control of the board and then trying to recover with a board wipe in every situation. And instead, this one is playing a lot cheaper cards, so the Rune Mithril Rod becomes more consistent. But unfortunately, JJ right now, whether or not this particular choice is meant to adapt the deck to be better against the Druid deck, we're seeing what happens when you have a high tier deck like the Druid. The reason it has close to a 60% win rate, even after weeks of being targeted, is that sometimes just high rolls, right? We saw almost immediately the board get filled up with cards. They all got buffed. Someone had Divine Shield to even resist the first board clear. We got Composting Cast, so that even after that first board clear, it was immediately refilled with new cards, second Composting in hand. What do you do? There's really no way to stop this train.
Yeah, it's pretty huge. And then when you have the Arbor up directly afterwards as well, just to give them an extra buff on top, you can see the damage just fly straight into JJ's face, down to 6 HP. He's still tapping, he's still digging, looking for a response here. I think, what you're trying to find here is perhaps, of course, going to be that Soul Rend once again. Does get the Bloodshard Bristle back, which is nice in the sense of being able to obviously get some HP back. Does, of course, complete that next set of the quest line to get down to 7 HP, but with only 1 mana in hand, no ability to taunt anything back here. I don't think there's really much for JJ to actually fall back here, and I think King Viking will be taking this first match here against him and basically push through. Does have the Druid now no longer available in that arsenal, but still needs to win another 2 games because, of course, now it is down to a best of 5.
Yeah, the best of 5 means that you don't take too much mental damage from giving up this first one, but it does still hurt. I don't know, maybe feeling a little bit regretful about the exact choice of Warlock deck. Didn't actually have the Soul Rend available there, since this the Quest Warlock, as opposed to the Quest Hand Warlock, actually replaces it with Grimoire of Sacrifice. I mean, we saw one instance of the Grimoire being combined with Moarg Artificer to clear a board fully, but even if you'd had one there, you would have needed the second Artificer and the second Grimoire to clear away that board. And it just goes to show how difficult a lot of these decks have it against Druid when the Druid cards all line up, especially that Arbor Up.
And that's a really interesting change because, typically when we've been looking for that wave clear, it's normally that Soul Rend that comes through and just manages to clear away the board. But I guess one of the big things that we need to take into account here is the fact that is actually 2 cards that you need to use in conjunction instead of just one. Of course, you're not going to be sacrificing away a massive amount of your cards and just burning off the back of it. So that's definitely going to be an interesting factor coming into this. Just sort of say, yeah, you know what, you need to actually use a little bit more resources when it comes to mana, but it does mean you retain more cards throughout the match. So a little bit of a change there. But we are jumping straight into the next match now. It seems it's going to be that Shaman up against the Quest Warrior here. So both a change from both of these members here. Of course, the Druid is no longer available for King Vikings, but JJ's looking to be a little bit more cutthroat with the deck choice now.
Yeah, I mean, it's just sort of the nuances of this matchup back and forth. And JJ, the change from Quest Hand Warlock to base Quest Warlock it doesn't improve your matchup against the minion decks. It's actually meant to beat up the Paladin deck by the looks of the meta results, right? Like, that's where you gain percentage. So probably willing to accept that early loss, just sort of, oh, well, it's the Druid deck. If any deck's going to beat me, it's going to be the Druid deck. But your opponent has to beat you 3 more times. So, 2 more times at least. So the chances are that you'll have the chance to bounce back, even if you have one unfavorable matchup. And that's part of the benefit of this format we've got here in the Champion stage.
Let's see how this one does play out. I mean, it's going to be pretty simple across the board here. Pretty simple start. We do have, of course, the Kindling Elemental, the Searing Totem up onto the board here. And we do have the coin being played out by JJ, who, of course, just wants to push out that quest line. A very straightforward playthrough. At the same time, we'll be able to give 2 attack to the warrior and allow him to clear away at least one of the elementals for the time being. But King Viking very quickly still continuing to get those cards out. The Granite Forgeborn will jump in as well, and that is definitely a nice card to be able to pull out on the third turn.
Yeah, I mean, look, in theory, this Shaman deck has a nice matchup here because the elementals, what they do best is control the battlefield, right? All sorts of powerful battle cry effects that you can chain together. They mostly deal with enemy minions, as you can see here. It's going to help you stay on top of the Pirate Warrior deck and negate their strongest cards. The thing about the Pirate Warrior deck is it's more about just sort of playing cards in bulk, and I think almost the strongest aspect of the deck is like the triggers that you get from the quest itself. And the sort of removal that offers to stuff like the Defies Cannoneer and the Stonewall Anchorman, where you just sort of keep trading with the opponent on board. The real kicker is once you get Captain Rikara out. That's when most decks lose the ability to keep up. And the Shaman deck, obviously you have to respect the damage potential of the Warrior. You can't just leave minions on board to hit your face. But King Viking really has to look, how low can I get JJ by that sort of turn 6, turn 7 threshold, and how well can I set up a big Doomhammer lethal, because that burst damage is going to be key.
What's really interesting here, very big turn from JJ here, able to get at least 3 pirates up onto the board here as well. Of course, continuing that quest line, which is nice. And what you really are looking to do is try to, if possible, maybe get a Rikara out by 7, if not by 6. And that seems to be on track here for JJ for the time being. But like you said, King Viking isn't just going to let JJ get those pirates out immediately off the board here. He's going to still maintain that board control. Will drop out that Bolnir Hammerbeak as well at the same time. Has the Doomhammer and Rockbiter combination in hand as well. So a lot of big things starting to come here for King Viking. And now just got him down to 22 HP. Has a real chance to get that lethal around that turn 7, as you were talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Not to mention, right, you've got that one Rockbiter weapon in hand, but we also have Primal Dungeoneer, and this deck is set up so that Primal Dungeoneer, like, it draws a spell. It does not discover a spell. The only hits in the deck are Rockbiter weapon and Storm Strike. So no matter what, you're going to get another card that adds 6 damage to your Doomhammer lethal.
Well, what's interesting about JJ, he is one of the ones that does play the Lord of Barov and I believe Rancor combinations, which we've seen change before in the past. A lot of people looking to man the cannons instead of that particular combination. The Lord Barov has come down here and it does allow him to relatively clear away most of the board here. At the same time, though, that will be taken away by the Doomhammer by King Viking, and the Menacing Nimbus will come down just to get a little bit of extra board control back.
Yeah, interestingly enough, it's actually not Rancor, just Barov in here. But obviously, Barov triggers himself. It's a very miserly sort of deck choice, right? You want to have access to that board clearing effect, but not so much that you're including like a spell in your deck that essentially runs counter to what your deck wants to do in some matchups, right? At least Barov is a minion. At least you can put on some pressure, even if he's not a pirate. But Rancor can be a really backwards card for what you're trying to do in certain matchups. So I can understand why JJ would admit it. Gets value out of Barov there nevertheless. But now we are reaching the point of the game. There's really key couple of turns here for King Viking, right? We've got 2 of our Doomhammer buffing spells in hand. We can draw a 3rd off our Dungeoneer. We have our Doomhammer already set up. That is a lot of damage potentially next turn.
We do have the Storm Strike coming down here just to help clear away the board. That Menacing Nimbus will be able to finish off that pirate. The Rock Biter Weapon is also coming down as well, and King Viking's pulling that trigger right now will, of course, do a ridiculous amount of damage here. 16 coming out there, bringing JJ down to 7, and basically put him in a position where now perhaps it is going to be do or die. As you can see, he will also attack to the face at the same time. We'll throw out another Bloodsail Raider as well. I'm just checking to see if he's got anything that can actually protect him at this moment in time. He manages to secure the supplies, but doesn't really have anything that can basically put a shield in between him or anyone else. Will of course get Rakara down, but like as you mentioned here, the Primal Dungeoneer combination, another Storm Strike here for King Viking, and I believe that is going to be JJ just out at this point.
Yeah, absolutely had it to burn there. Could have gone for the Primal Dungeoneer if he didn't draw the Storm Strike. Does not need the assistance drawing that card in the end. The power of the Storm is strong with King Viking, and poor JJ just gets bowled over. That's not a matchup that the Shaman deck is necessarily favored in, but that burst damage potential, right? That's why that's sort of that whole cloud of decks, Face Hunter, a lot of the rogue decks that are seeing play, even some of the mage decks, although those are obviously slightly different, their ability to burst face and just go a turn under these decks like Warrior that can't really accelerate past a certain point. That is why we're seeing a lot of players adopt these, as the meta draws on. I expect we'll see a lot more of them and a lot more of them banned across the day.
Well, King Viking now has one on the Druid and the Shaman. That means all that's really left is going to be the Warrior. And that's really a nice curve here coming across.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great position to be in. The Warrior deck maybe has some of the highest overall win rate of any deck in the upper brackets of Hearthstone. So, of Hearthstone ranked. But obviously the tournament meta is always slightly different, and individual matches can contain any amount of RNG to change the sub. Not to mention, this Warlock deck is a pretty tough matchup. Although, again, we'll have to see how this specific build does against the Warrior, because this Warlock deck, it's not soft in terms of having a bad matchup against these minion-based aggro decks, but it is not the fortress that Quest Hand Warlock is, right? Quest Hand Warlock, even if you don't have a board wipe ready, you often throw down a very early, 8/8 or rush minion or something. It just mops up any of their momentum. This deck can't really play that game. You are a lot more honest in certain respects.
Yeah, that is definitely rough in that sense, and that's normally been the strength of the Quest Warlock. The fact that it's got so many tools at its disposal to actually just get rid of most of these pirates that are played, while at the same time being able to siphon that life back up and remain relatively safe as you do get to your win conditions. Of course, those Flesh Giants, and with that Battle Master, or perhaps just completing your quest line. So a lot of different things are just not going to be available here now for JJ in that sense of it, because he just doesn't have as many of those spells available. But of course, King Viking here is going to be able to just continue popping out those pirates as per usual.
Yeah, and you can see here, it's actually kind of funny. JJ is actually racing to damage himself even faster against the Quest Warrior deck, because, obviously you're able to heal back up, but you do need to do a lot of self-damage to trigger the quest, and this Quest Warlock, it's much more all-in. on getting that quest completed as its win condition and drawing its own deck. So there is a pressure to try and get that self-damage done earlier in the game if you can, so that you aren't doing it on a turn where you risk getting exploded by Mr. Smite before you can heal back up. You can see that Mr. Smite is now waiting in hand, so Viking really just looking to get a quick, clean sweep here in the upper bracket with this great draw.
Just a lot of it really seems to be going the way of King Viking. Every time I look at it, this has been one hell of a high draw for this player in the tournament. So I'm pretty happy. I'm actually pretty chuffed with the way this is actually beginning to plan out for him. King Viking, though, as you can see, has got a fantastic board played up here as well, just lined up across the board, and also at the same time is going to be able to, of course, like you said, have that Mrs. Knight in hand for a real big turn 5 coming up soon, or perhaps even, a turn 6 coming up.
Yeah, and JJ, I mean, digging deeper and deeper, right? Playing more and more self-damaging effects, dropping lower and lower, well and truly in lethal range right now, needs a huge life-stealing effect, and obviously going to be able to draw a ton of cards, already getting down low to 12 cards in deck to not quite yet turn on those Bloodshard Bristlebacks is a very important source of healing, but going to get at the board clear at least here out of the Grimoire of Sacrifice. I'm just okay, looks like this Drain Soul is going to keep you out of smite range safely.
Yeah, I was definitely a bit concerned there for a second there, but of course, like Grimoire of Sacrifice, as you mentioned, and also at the same time, the fact that the Moarg Artificier does, of course, double the effect of the spells means he was able to get a relatively good jump up there, up to 14, and of course, it looks like he's thinking about even dropping down that Armor Vendor for just a little bit of extra protection to make sure we do get towards that late stages of the game.
Yeah, and it looks like that rush to damage yourself, as backwards as that seems, it actually has paid off for JJ, right? Like we talked about the changes in this deck list, the relatively different tools it has, but the Rune Mithril Rod really paid off that turn, right? You saw how many cards JJ was able to play, and that's because of the discount that the Mithril Rod has applied, particularly to those Mana Feeder Pantharas. Obviously, they didn't help with the board clear this turn, but it makes a huge difference to actually have a board established afterwards, because the Pirate minions, they're not that large typically. It's not like the Taunt Druid where they tend to have a ton of stuff obstructing what you're able to attack, and so those minions represent sort of an insurance for the next turn, maybe an opportunity for JJ to complete the quest line instead of just wholly focusing on the board. You need to get a bit tempo positive on some of these turns so that you can develop your own game plan. And now we're starting to get to the good part. Here we are, heavily discounted Bloodshard Bristleback, heal back up to 21. Suddenly, things looking a little more dire for King Viking.
Especially because most of those pirates that he had built up beforehand have also now have been just essentially removed from the board, whether it be through wave clear, just from the sheer amount of minions or spells that has been available for JJ. They've just completely cleared everything off the board here. Of course, Rakara now has come to play, so that's going to be nice for King Viking to obviously get a little bit more power behind, or a little more gas into the next set of play here. But I feel like JJ has relatively, weathered this storm now. They'll, of course, get this Tamsin Roam out as well. You can see he's starting to build a wide board for himself. Things looking really good for JJ now.
Yeah, it's not completely over, but it's like the awkward part of this deck, which is lining up your removal spells against your opponent's minions when they sort of have odd numbers of damage, and also being able to damage yourself and complete your quest in the face of a pretty frightening aggro list like Pirate Warrior. We have navigated that part of the game, so now the challenge is going to be Captain Rakara herself, and of course Leviathan, right? That's the problem, especially when you have Mr. Smite, and that's what Viking is now playing for. Having seen JJ heal back up almost completely, you understand that now you're on the clock. There's only 5 cards left in JJ's deck. That win con is going to be, of course, reflecting the exhaustion damage back onto you with Blightborn Tamsin. So the pressure is, I'm almost surprised we saw one of those South Sea captains played out. I guess you can't really play 2 of them and smite in the same turn, but our goal is going to be sort of sneak our opponent a bit lower now that they're no longer as concerned about their own life total, and hope that we get a high roll off the Juggernaut, from Rakara, where we generate a ton of burst damage by charging those summoned pirates with Mr. Smite into the face directly.
Well, the plan seems to be underway now for King Viking. The Juggernauts come down. They've got Captain Rakara into play as well. Another tour guide for JJ, allowing him to continue tapping for free mana. That is a lot of discounted cards in hand here for JJ as well, so you can really start to play everything down. The Nightshade Matron also available here at the moment as well to play and just get that rush in if necessary. And even thinking perhaps about maybe getting another tour guide out as well, just for the sake of just putting some cards down, even though it's not going to discount the hero power at this point. Nightshade Matron going to go down. He's going to lose the hand before down, but I feel like most of the cards have been drawn anyway, so everything's looking pretty good, as you can see, out of that hand now as well. Hasn't completed the quest line, but with fatigue coming in, that should be allowing him to get to that point anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's the difference between this deck and the Quest Hand Warlock deck, is that Quest Hand Warlock, the quest part is really more of a backup plan. If a deck is able to throw off the pressure from all of your high-statted, discounted minions, this deck is all about the quest, and as you said, the easiest way to both complete and take advantage of the quest is just to empty your own deck as soon as possible. That's what we see here, right? That's why you often even see people playing the Warlock spell that just destroys cards from each deck, because that is how single-mindedly this deck is playing. Although, this is the kind of start that you need. Don't know about the South Sea Captain here. We'll be quickly calculating some damage. But yeah, rolling Gorehowl off the Juggernaut is the kind of place you want to be at. Viking probably has one more turn at least before dying. So you could try and like slow roll this lethal. The decision is it better? If you play out 2 South Sea Captains and a Smite, you're going to get 5, 9,
I don't think it's
16.
Enough.
It's close.
Get through 34. It's close. 34. It's close, but yeah, it is a high roll like we mentioned before from King Viking to get it out. That Gorehowl just so huge in terms of what he can do. That just the fact that this is essentially the Juggernaut's essentially an RNG machine, right? I talk about most of the things have been figured out, but they get to that point where it's like no. Sometimes the RNG is pretty ridiculous. I guess at this point, really, King Viking, like you said, he's only got one chance, really one extra turn out the back of this once everything really does come into effect here for JJ. So I assume at this point, you just kind of need to push for it and hope that perhaps in the next turn you high roll again with that Juggernaut.
Yeah, I get the question wasn't so much like, can you get lethal this turn? It's, is it worth deploying Mr. Smite and the South Sea Captain from hand this turn? Is this the board that you really want to reveal it? And he actually holds off. So the decision is made to actually commit both captains to the board. Pretty surprising to me, since those represent like a pretty high amount of charge damage compared to what you could get on basically any other roll. But the benefit is that you don't reveal that you have Smite. Now, your opponent at this point in the game probably suspects that last card in hand is Mr. Smite. And certainly if you're playing to your outs, the only card that represents any chance of killing you is if it's Mr. Smite. But, King Viking is going to cling on to hope that by not revealing the Smite, JJ plays slightly loose and leaves an opening, and with a potential high roll, Pirate coming off the Juggernaut next turn, we'll be able to deploy a Mr. Smite and charge through for lethal. At the very least, you sort of try and make them respect your minion board, but we may not even need it because we were wrong about getting one more turn. Tamsin applies so much damage of all those extra draws, the fatigue stacking up very quickly, and JJ finally manages to strike back.
Yeah, managed to take one right off the board there, and pretty nice little pickup there. As you can see, the full power of that Blightborn Tamsin when it does come into effect there, and just every little possible way to draw cards out was used to take into effect to just reflect that fatigue damage right on back. And still, I mean, if you're King Viking, you're still looking a pretty good spot, I would feel. You still have Quest Warrior, one of the highest winning archetypes at the moment to really get a possible win out here. Of course, though, that means that now there's a possibility the Warrior will be played for a mirror, and sure enough, JJ is throwing down that gauntlet and says, you know what? I'm bringing out that Warrior as well. So this is going to be an interesting little line of play here. We've got the two Warriors going up against each other, and let's see who's the person that's going to high roll just a little bit more.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there is a lot of pressure on King Viking though here, right? Because okay, it may feel like he was moments away from getting a clean sweep, and that's a good spot to be. One loss, you wouldn't normally feel so hard, but JJ has left that signature Demon Hunter list until last. So if Viking drops this game in the Warrior mirror, then suddenly not only is it back to a final game situation, but you have to play Quest Warrior into Lifesteal Demon Hunter, which is an awful place to be, pretty much. Like, I would heavily favor JJ in that matchup. So Viking here, suddenly, in a way, on the ropes, but we'll have to see how this works out. Pretty interesting opening, right, with some of these tech cards. So the Provoke, traded back into the deck there. That's certainly not a standard choice in every list. And now we're seeing double Shiver Their Timbers, a very sort of early game centric hand from Viking to control the board.
Yeah, both these players playing very fast at the back here, are already into turn 3 as well. JJ has slowed down the decisions just a little bit this time around there. Will drop down that Stormwind freebooter, and then obviously just go to the face here, starting to deliver that first bit of chip damage towards the heroes.
Yeah, all these players are rocking like their own little tech cards here, so it's not even like we can really presume that the mirror match is a true mirror match anymore. It's all going to be about who has the right cards to take advantage of the pirate, the quest warrior matchup, and who actually sort of sees those cards, right? Because we've seen great success from cards like Man the Cannons to the point that that's now essentially become standard in the list. But, you know, Lord Barov, that's not standard. That's something JJ's running that Viking isn't. That could easily be a way for JJ to get back on the board, especially since it seems that King Viking has taken the tempo lead early on. But, you know, it's a one-of in a whole deck with no real way to draw that card or even draw a lot of cards to try and dig to it. So in some ways, these players just have to work with the tools they're given, slightly at the mercy of top decks.
Part of the reason why as well that, you know, King Viking has a little bit of a tempo advantage is, of course, he did move first. JJ now trying to take that back by, of course, using that coin here, but still has the fact that he's going to be lower down on that HP as well. Raid the Docks has been completely created. The Destruction is now going to be the next set here. A Whetstone has also been picked up by King Viking here, and even though that coin has been implemented, still seems that King Viking has the edge.
Yeah, I think it's important though that JJ has fallen behind on board early on, but because the reason for the falling behind wasn't just that, you know, King Viking had first turn. Viking has also now drawn 3 of, I think, 4 removal spells in the deck, right? They're not pirates, they're just direct damage tools to help control the board, so they're good for pressing damage early on and forcing the issue, but JJ is slightly ahead in terms of quest development, and I think that's key, right? When we've seen these matches go really badly for certain players, when it's 2 quest warriors battling it out, the one place you don't want to be is be slower in developing your Captain Rakara and behind on board or life total, right? That means you're pressured from too many angles. But here, at least, if JJ isn't taking catastrophic damage, you might be able to seize control of the match by being the first to deploy.
Once again, as King Viking seems to be using that card removal again just to regain control of the board here, will of course now push that ladder themselves, get themselves towards securing the supplies. But as you mentioned, that idea of being able to push a quest line is definitely key, but down to 14 HP puts you at a real threat of a smite draw, just being able to end this entire round and push us towards what's going to be the next match here. The Captain Rakara has been picked up, can be played this turn, so a turn 6 Captain Rakara basically perfectly choreographed here by JJ. That's exactly what he needed to make sure that he's going to be remaining pretty damn safe into this match here. But South Sea Captain, that's not what you wanted to see. You wanted to smite.
Yeah, I mean, even then, right? We say this 480 is sort of smite territory, but that also somewhat assumes that you are, like, not only ahead on life, but you're also maintaining the lead on board, right? If you have a bunch of pirates already down and you throw in a smite, that gives you an extra turn, but that's not quite where Viking is, right? We're only attacking with a Sword Eater this turn, and your opponent, by deploying that optimal turn 6 Rakara, right? Only possible with the Bloodsail deck and the kind of curve that JJ experienced there, but that's what you want to build your warrior deck around if you can, is just optimizing this turn, because that's usually what pushes you over the top. Sometimes you don't need Rakara to win, but in most of the matches where it's close, that's what you're going to be leaning on to the exclusion of basically anything else, even Smite. And so now by getting that deployed early on, a full turn cycle ahead of the opponent, right? The Juggernaut's already triggering, your opponent hasn't played Rakara yet. That's a massive advantage. You're going to generate like a turn's worth of pirates by the time that, King Viking is mirroring that effect.
Well, JJ, though, he's still playing this next turn very carefully. I mean, sitting on 8 HP is not where you want to be. That's really the big point here as well that we need to look at for King Viking here. He's definitely really ripped JJ down a peg in terms of they're putting him in definitely within lethal range if there is going to be a Mr. Smite in that next turn here. As you can see, is really just slowing down the play here. Is actually going to not armor up this turn, but it's going to be looking pretty good. Defias Kennedy is not what you want, but King Vikings can still drop down that one, as long with the Rakara as well. So that's going to be able to use up all of the cards in deck here. But JJ definitely has a lot more gas behind that next turn here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess bouncing your face off of the Sword Eater gives you, it's pretty important if you can clear that away. And a bit of a bit of good fortune, maybe, although we'll be able to armor up and buff the damage from that spiked wheel. But at least JJ doesn't, generate a Gore Howl or something off the Leviathan. But I think that might already have been it, right? Just a combination of JJ having multiple Sword Eaters in hand, right? Like Sword Eater, Sword Eater, Sword Eater, after one got summoned off the Juggernaut as well. Just all of the taunt tools that you need to ensure survival here and safely finish off your opponent. That's how important Rakara is. If you catch your opponent running out of gas and you get that Rakara down, it's like double or triple the amount of power your opponent's getting out every single turn. It's overwhelmingly strong in the mirror.
And you just see how it just came across there. Even though JJ was, limping, definitely a wounded beast can still come back to get you, and that's exactly what happened. JJ was able to clear that one out. A turn 6 Rakara is nothing to scoff at. And unfortunately, JJ, like you said, just ran out of gas. He had a lot of good board removal at that start. It did give him an advantage in one way, but wasn't the advantage that you need to have. And now we do finally get to see that Demon Hunter come into the mix here for JJ. This is the one that we've never seen him play, yet he touts is probably the best deck available to him because that's the one he loves to play. JJ is obviously going to have a clear advantage here, not just in archetype, but also at the same time, someone who's extremely experienced on this particular card and deck. So I'm really keen to see how this one plays out and how it is piloted by JJ.
I mean, I think we might have seen JJ play it once in the earlier stages of the qualifier that allowed him to reach the champion stage here. It was banned out by his opponent in the finals, but this is certainly a deck that he has gotten to play, and this is not only the combo Lifesteal Demon Hunter, but we actually have the quest version here as well. Not all of them play that final showdown quest, but that is what we are gunning for here. And of course, if you haven't seen this deck before, it's been somewhat out of the meta for a while, but making a bit of a comeback as we've watched this tournament, slowly fading back in to deal with these really board-centric decks like Quest Warrior, for instance. And you're leaning on not only all of these Fel lifesteal removal spells, but also Moag Artificer to control the board through the early game, and then in the late game, alongside Il'gynoth, similar to that Quest Warlock deck, just kind of explode King Viking instantly from full health. So no matter how bad this looks, if JJ isn't dead, King Viking is having a bad time. It has to be a quick kill.
I'm just looking at everything that's happening here, and JJ is very quickly pushing that questline into play here. As you can see, they were able to get a number of cards rolled off the back here, a lot of discounted cards here. Of course, we'll be get a Sigil Runner out as well, or a Crimson Sigil Runner at the same time, and King Viking here is only going to have, for the time being, that Harbor Scamp. But I feel like at this moment in time, it's still too early to sort of decide who has a real clear advantage, but definitely a big hand played through there by JJ.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't really seen enough of the quest version of this deck to really say how important it is to aggressively develop the Demon Hunter quest. Obviously, it's probably good, but it's not quite as clear-cut as Rakara out of the Warrior deck. That being said, pretty impressive to draw 4 cards on turn 3 to immediately flip that quest. We'll see how fast he can keep it up. Probably pretty well here, as we're going to use a Glide to shuffle away the hand for both, well, actually not for both players. The Outcast effect wasn't triggered, it looked like there, but still already advancing to the final stage of the quest line. Really powerful stuff from this Demon Hunter deck, but you are obviously sacrificing tempo to do this, right? Like, you are not developing a board state of any kind. So you're a sitting duck for King Viking, and this card draw has to pay off pretty intensely for JJ in the coming turns.
Well, in terms of the cards picked up there on that Glide as well, it's going to be the Moag Artificer, the Spectral Sight, the Immolation Aura, and another Spectral Sight. So again, continuing to be able to draw a lot of cards in that next turn as well here. King Viking, of course, now really beginning to push that tempo towards the advantage, building that board damn wide, and also using that coin as well at the same time to really push this quest line towards that next steps and actually get some real good damage out into JJ, who's now down to 20 HP.
Yeah, I mean, we say real good damage, right? But that's 4 or 5 turns, or 4 turns, I guess, we're going second, of just attacking basically a defenseless opponent, right? That's not so great, especially in terms of the damage being represented, and I think this is not quite how we expected the matchup to go, but it's almost more like watching these face hunters and poison rogues and stuff fight the warrior deck, where you kind of just recognize this warrior deck, it's not a true aggro deck. It's much more of a mid-range deck. Again, their game plan is in 6-cost, 7-cost cards. The quest unlock, Rakara, that's what they use to actually kill you. Their early game minions are mostly about forcing you to interact, and so the game sort of stays active for long enough for those guys to come down and really crush you. And JJ, a bit of a power move, just ignores that for all of the early game. Now mops the board up with help of that Artificer, as you mentioned, making the Immolation Aura extremely deadly. Still got another Artificer in the deck for purposes of combo, and now we've unlocked Demon Slayer Kurtrus, which is going to, not only be quite a large threat at this point in the game to try and deal with for the Pirate deck, but also make it so that the combo is like a huge threat from now on, not just a turn 10.
The other thing to take into account here as well, with the use of that Moog Artificer as well, is we're able to use the draw card spells to great effect prior as well. And like you said, just clear out the rest of that quest line. He's also going to have that I-Beam available as well for a little bit of lifesteal and minion clear. So obviously a few opportunities here to make sure that everything is relatively safe. But now we finally get to see JJ really turn on pressure. There comes the Demon Slayer Kurtrus down as well at the same time with the Spectral Sight. And as you can see, he's going to pull out a number of cards here. The Fellscream Blast is going to be available, the Guild Trader there as well, but there's a big 7/7 on the board now as well. And here now we need King Viking to really push the ladder. Does have that Mr. Smite in hand here, so can do some real big damage now as well if King Viking wants to actually put that into JJ and really start to put the pressure on.
Yeah, you almost have to start wondering how many turns you have left, given that the Kurtrus really messes up the maths on that, and how long can you afford to sandbag the Smite. We're going to see if we can keep the Smite back for at least one more turn. Now we have Rakara available as well, so there's a couple of strong turns potentially coming out here of King Viking, but has to hope that this Cargo Guard is enough to stay alive in the face of, imminent combo. Obviously, you are doing pretty good damage to JJ here, armoring up at the end of turn, so Gauntlet being thrown down, but you have to expect JJ is going to be able to heal a lot of this back.
Oh, that is a decent draw on the side here. You can see that with the Moog Artificer, that if you actually combo that with the Fellscream Blast, that can actually bring you a lot of lifesteal. He isn't going to actually do that. He's going to hold on to it instead and actually just lifesteal back another way. He's going to use his Fellscream Blast across the board. He does get down to 19 HP anyway, so he's still going to be relatively healthy going forward with a cleared board here. Also, he's going to continue to draw more cards and happily trade them away using that discounted fact on them as well. And as you can see, this trade really allowing him to get a number of cards in hand here as well, with still some mana to kick up as well.
Yeah, just this deck has a lot of fun little nuances to it, of course. We saw there the Tusk Piercer weapon triggering. Once it's being used up, it draws a Death Rattle minion. The only Death Rattle minion in the deck is Persistent Peddler, which of course is immediately traded back in, so it sort of just turns into another draw a card option, albeit one that triggers 2 draws for the purposes of the quest. So really just doing everything to shuffle up the hand. And yeah, you can see how experienced JJ is with this deck, right? Despite falling low against a deck that just generated Captain Rakara, maybe has Smite as well, doesn't even unleash the full potential of the lifesteal that turn. Doesn't play the 0-cost Artificer to double up the damage being dealt. Just a single spell damage minion is enough, the non-discounted one, as we look quickly to set up a closing turn, because you can't lifesteal forever against the Juggernaut. You have to figure out a way to, just deal 30 damage to face, and that's what we're looking for now. We're entering the final stages.
Well, at that point now, is you will be using Acrobatics to just continue drawing up. Look at all of these heavily discounted cards in hand here as well. The Rossrat Viper will come down at the same time, as well as the Talented Arcanist as well. You can see the spell damage really starting to push up there. Does have another Immolation Aura as well, and does get an I-Beam. As you can see, he's going to use that to really start generating a lot of lifesteal back. He's going to do a lot of damage as well at the same time for that Captain Rakara, and is now beginning to really
there it is.
Full effects of the deck, and has drawn the Il'gynoth like you mentioned before. Finally has the pieces of the puzzle to really end this game.
Yeah, I mean, that whole turn was sort of like, JJ, well, it's nice. I should get this 7 damage hit to face. I know I can whop up Rakara some other way. You don't want to ignore the opportunity to deal a significant amount of damage to King Viking directly. You don't want to lean 100% of your combo at this point in the game, but really was kind of thinking, how many cards do I need to draw to actually see Il'gynoth at this point? And it turned out not that many. So now have that legendary in hand, finally, heavily discounted, of course. Glide available. Not that many cards in deck, but enough. And with the Moog Artificer and the Talented Arcanist, you can see how much damage is going to be dealt just from that Fellscream Blast alone. But King Viking literally cannot avoid putting minions on the field, unfortunately, thanks to how the Juggernaut works. So JJ knows that ready targets will be available, and this combo should be able to buff up the game very quickly. Another +2 spell damage being added to hand there as well.
And immediately he's going to be pulling down that trigger as well. He's going to throw down the Ilgun up at the same time. As you can see there, the Guild Trader dropping to hand, the Moarg Artificer is coming down. Everything you could imagine for that spell damage is coming into play here as well with that.
Oh my goodness
blast.
gracious.
That is going to be a lot of damage there. It just clears the whole board. And King Viking is obliterated from the map there on that one there. And JJ managing to come back from that one.
That's incredible.
Complete reverse sweep.
Reverse sweep in round 1, right? Like, how to start your tournament bracket off right. I mean, perhaps a grueling day ahead of all of JJ's matches are going to be like that, but wow, the confidence to delay the signature Demon Hunter deck until very last there ends up with a great matchup against the Warrior deck. And you could see by the end, it was never really in doubt, right? No matter how low JJ dropped, it just felt like he was allowing himself to fall that low, knowing in complete security how good he was with those lifesteal cards to keep pushing forward and eventually set up that lethal combo turn.
And already in the first bit of the tournament here, we're starting to see some exciting combinations come from all of these players as well. So I'm really excited to see how this continues to progress forward. I mean, JJ, again, reverse sweeping, managed to come back at the very end. There was definitely one hell of a turnaround here. So we're going to have a lot more Hearthstone action coming this way, guys. So please do not go anywhere. We still have more finals yet to come. Welcome back to the Hearthstone Open here, presented by Blizzard AEL and, of course, supported by Maccas. Well, we did just have the first round of the tournament get played. Of course, there are multiple matches happening across the board here, which means we won't be able to cover all of them, but we definitely can give you as many as we possibly can. We now are up into the upper brackets, number 2 or round 2, and we will have the benefit of watching JJ again, but of course going up one of our personal favorites, D-Mutt, who we saw last week was actually using good old Priest, which caused a little bit of annoyance for us in some respect, because it is one hell of a long match when the Priest does get played, especially if it's played against multiple games. So it'd be interesting to see how everything happens this time around.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, you might say that it's a little bit annoying in the open bracket, but when D-Mutt's able to cruise through and win that event, it's really hard to criticize a player's deck choice at that point. It's the winning deck. You got to play it. And D-Mutt apparently believes, right, did run the Priest back this time. No sort of quick change back to the meta. Believes in the lineup that has carried them this far. And so now we're going to see how well it does against JJ. I'll be really interested, right? Because JJ has brought 2 combo decks alongside these 2, powerful, obvious meta decks, the Warrior and the Druid, that basically everyone is going to be running throughout the day. So can the Priest deck, with how slow it is, avoid dying to those big combo turns? I'll be interested in what the plan is.
Yeah, it is a bit of a thought process here for us as well, because we were just talking about it in the break, that idea of how JJ's deck really does deal with a lot of fringe decks in the process, and while having a little bit of extra tuning to get through somehow those more common decks with, of course, the Warrior and his I believe it is the Warlock combinations or the Druid combinations here. The players are just going through their warm-up matches at the moment just to get themselves ready and rolling. I don't believe we have any of the bans in play just yet. So once we do have them available, we will let you know. But I'm pretty excited to see how things play out here. I'm wondering if D-Mutt, was watching again. Was one of the players we did manage to get the pleasure of interviewing, was watching beforehand and realized that JJ does like that Demon Hunter here. But of course, with these new variations in the deck here, might not be the biggest threat that he's bringing to the table.
Yeah, it's one thing to say, oh, my opponent really likes Demon Hunter. I know what I'll do. I'll get him. I'll spite him and ban the Demon Hunter out. But when you're D-Mutt and you look at these lists, I feel like maybe you're most afraid of, if not the Warrior or the Druid, then maybe the Warlock list, right? Especially if your Priest isn't being banned out, right? So we look at the rest of D-Mutt's lineup. Obviously, we just watched JJ, so we understand what decks he's bringing. But D-Mutt has the Mage deck, right? It's not Quest Mage. There's no... Oh, sorry, it is Quest Mage. He's the only player who's still playing Quest Mage. Most people have changed to like a different Mage payoff with a very similar list of spells, but D-Mutt's actually the true believer in the Quest Mage even today. So it does have the Quest Mage queued up with those 2 gadgets and auctioneers that are his signature take on the deck. Then of course we've got that big Priest, and then we have the Warrior deck with some slight tech changes from what you'd normally expect. And then at the top we've got a Hunter deck, somewhat different to most of the Face Hunter list. I believe is slightly more of a beast focus there, but still a very powerful arrangement of decks, one that I feel is going to be positioned well against most things, including that Demon Hunter list.
Well, what's very interesting here is that we are going to be jumping into that action very shortly, and as we can see, we have jumped into it. It's going to be Warrior against Warrior by the looks of things here as well. So a mirror to start us off in this upper round bracket of 2. However, the bans have also come across here. Yeah. JJ has lost access to that Druid. D-Mutt on the other side is not going to be having that Quest Mage, of course, with the signature gadgets and auctioneers in play. So it means that D-Mutt will have the Priest, the Warrior, and the Hunter available to win through as well. And on the flip side as well, JJ is going to have the Warrior, the Warlock, and the Demon Hunter available. So we do get to see a bit of the signatures from both of these players up and running.
Very interesting, right? Like, I think it's interesting to see how opponents ban against JJ, just because it's like, do you ban one of the 2 decks that is really generically good, or are you scared of one of the more sort of narrow, polarizing decks, like the Warlock deck or the Demon Hunter deck, if they particularly punish your lineup? But the ban from JJ to ban out the Mage is even more interesting, right? Because Quest Mage has really fallen on hard times lately. Most players given up on the deck completely, but JJ respects it more than anything else that D-Mutt's bringing to the table.
And to be honest, that's crazy when you think about it, because I know for a fact if it was me, being the person doing these bans out there, and perhaps, other I'm going to say this, lesser players as well, they would definitely be like, hey, Quest Mage, no worries, I'll leave that one up. That's something I can handle. Like you said, JJ on the flip side, really respecting the opponent here, understanding that card sequencing is definitely something that needs to be taken into account here, and really does, like you said, have a big respect for that mage, so it's going to be the one that's taken out.
Yeah, I guess maybe you could say like JJ Wright has sort of said to us on camera that he's been playing that Lifesteal Demon Hunter list, for instance, for years, right? Whether it's in the meta or not, he's on that deck and he believes in that deck and he's been winning with that deck, right? So if you're a player like that, you're not the kind of person who inherently just dismisses a list like Quest Mage that has that much power just because it got, you know, a minor nerf to its endgame plan, and most players have stopped playing it, right? You know that if DMUT is confident enough to register it in a championship stage of a tournament like this, then you know that DMUT is probably pretty formidable, even with the slightly reduced version that we have today. But I would have also played that logic to the Priest, and I guess JJ just feels like he's confident that the decks he's got can handle this rogue Priest list.
Well, we seem to be having a bit of a repeat of the last mirror that we had for these warriors here. As we can see, JJ's taking a little bit of HP off the top there, but of course is beginning to progress that quest line. DMUT on the flip side is a little bit behind in terms of that being said there, but of course has a bit of a bigger board, and as of course has a bit of a health total as well. So be interested to see if JJ will come out on top again, purely because that Rakara comes out a little bit earlier here, or perhaps DMUT might be able to come through with that Mr. Smite already in hand, ready and waiting to actually finish off here. So I think a lot of different things can happen here. The Defiance Cannoneer also coming down as well with the Shivered Dead Timbers, and it's just, again, a bit of clear of the board for the time being here, and DMUT is finally against them back on board.
Yeah, it's actually almost, it's like neck and neck in nearly every facet there, right? JJ catches up on the quest line, catches up on board, slightly takes the lead in terms of face damage, both of them halfway through the quest line pretty much exactly. But this is where we see something that actually came into play during DMUT's run through the qualifier bracket, I think was actually last weekend, right? This is a very teched for the mirror pirate list, the warrior deck, sorry, that's got the cutting class, right? This is something that DMUT's own opponents basically identified as, basically can't beat that card in the mirror, right? And running the Reaper's side, something we saw in like the first couple of weeks of the tournament, basically everyone else dropped this weapon, but having that in the deck obviously works great with cutting class, and means that supply of extra cards, right? That was basically what caused JJ to win the last match, was his opponent running out of gas right as that quest line came to be finished up. So not only are you basically guaranteed to have access to enough pirates to summon Rakara in a timely fashion, but you've got the additional board clear of Reaper's side to help win those late game trades, and just generally more cards to play than your opponent. It's hugely important in a mid-range clash like this.
As we are continuing with this here, JJ is not pushing off like any form of gas here. The pedal is being pushed straight to the max here. DMUT is being put down to 17 HP. He's got control of the board for the time being on JJ, but here comes that Reaper Scythe that you were talking about, the ability to actually clear away the board. He use that cutting glass at the same time to continue pushing out more of that card draw as well. And this of course means that we do get to see that effect come into full play that you were just describing literally a minute before it got played.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a very powerful piece of synergy. I think JJ's opponent in the finals last week described it as a combo between those two cards, because the interaction is so overwhelming. Now, granted, you are very behind on life, which is a rough place to be. Hasn't managed to summon Rakara yet, but well within the grasp to set it up for next turn, if not this turn, so you'll be on the same turn cycle as JJ. I think the biggest concern here is how can you seize the tempo back with the Smite in hand? Is there some different sequence of events where you try to just ignore Rakara altogether, punch some damage past this taunt minion this turn, and set it up so that if your opponent spends their next turn mostly developing a Rakara, right? We could see ideally for JJ, same as we did last time, the one-drop pirate into Rakara turn. Can you punish that with immediate Smite lethal? That's what DMUT is probably pondering.
Yeah, I would imagine that's definitely the case here as well. I mean, we can see DMUT's definitely really thinking through the sequence right now. Hasn't really dropped any of the cards onto the hand just yet, but is definitely thinking through most of it before he does put it down, unless there could be another thing coming across here. I do see the Defiance Cannoneer being hovered for the time being, and I guess that's probably because there is like that idea, a real threat at this moment in time of being actually killed in that next iteration rather than actually going for the Captain Rakara. So is looking to actually put that Defias Cannoneer down now, I believe, and then continue to play out the line. The sequencing has been thought the entire way through here now. Thought D-Mutt is going to also at the same time really buff up that Bloodsail Raider as well at the same time. Also get that Captain Rakara on hand here as well, and we'll use that Shiver, their Timbers as well at the same time to clear away their hand and at least be relatively safe for the next hand. No Mr. Smite is going to be available here now for JJ, which means D-Mutt should be safe for that next turn.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really interesting sequence of cards there. I expected to at least see the Reaper's Scythe attack come out at the end, right? You want to get your value from your Defias Cannoneer. That would have been 4 additional phase damage on top of the weapon hit. But D-Mutt just holding on to that, sacrificing the potential values. We do see the Pirates removed here by the Stonewall Anchorman, willing to do that. Just in case you need to, I guess, hit a minion next turn. Even though that turn he was dead set on not hitting a minion to make sure that you preserve life total wherever possible. So an interesting choice to hold on to that potential weapon hit. Now another really difficult turn. You've lost slightly more life. The board position is much the same. At least the Rakara is available, but can you afford to play her?
I wonder.
Well, let's see what does come down. Does have a moment where the Mr. Smite's hovered, maybe perhaps just to get it onto the board and at the same time just get some tempo back in control while maintaining that life total. It's a real tough thought here as well. The Stonemore Anchorman being hovered as well. D-Mutt, once again, taking that time to really think through the sequencing. What could my opponent possibly have available? What will be the next move here? He's actually going to go to the face now at this time to actually kill that Stonemore Anchorman and drop out that Captain Rakara in this turn. So we can see here we'll have still 3 mana to play with. Possibly going to go down with the Stormwind Freebooter or perhaps the Bloodsail Deckhand here to get a little bit more out and then armor up. So a few more options here for D-Mutt. So he's still thinking through what's going to be that next play.
Yeah, really difficult turn there. D-Mutt kind of realizing, even though last turn we played slightly slow, didn't deploy the weapon hit, realizes that there's really not a lot of choice in the tempo this time, right? Your only other option would really have been to play Stonewall Anchorman and hit, but you're too far behind, I think, to keep extending this game and hoping your opponent just doesn't have it. So now we're safe from everything except Smite with that armor up due to not taking the... or not being vulnerable to the extra burst damage out of the Bloodsail Raider, Foxsail Freebooter, right? That extra 2 damage might have finished you off if you didn't armor up there, so good awareness. Now we have the Juggernaut down a turn ahead of our opponent, and what a roll, right?
That is exactly what you
needed
with D-Mutt. You needed that bulwark right there.
That's ridiculous. How do you just do that? That seems that that's happened like 3 times in the course of this league, right? Someone is playing Quest Warrior late in the game, low on life, generates the bulwark. They're just like, oh, this changes everything.
Well, it does get a little bit of an extra spring in that step, I imagine, for D-Mutt here. Will, of course, drop down that Storm and Anchorman at the same time with Rush. Going to use that to take care of the cargo guard. We'll get a Harbor Scamp at the same time in the process of that. As you can see here, you're still going to be able to just do that. And is quite happy just to continue dropping down a number of these pirates here, going very wide in return here. Of course, is going to use an armor up for the time being as well, because it's going to be relatively safe again with that Bulwark of Azeroth in terms of what can come through. There needs to be a monster turn from JJ, who now is feeling the same pinch that his previous opponent did. He's beginning to run out of gas.
Oh, look at this, D-Mutt's actually still considering whether or not to trade Rakara's. Sure, it feels like hitting face is such a safe option here. I almost don't know, is there some way to destroy the weapon in JJ's deck, but he chooses to trade, which is really interesting. Mr. Smite? It is Mr. Smite generated out of the Juggernaut. So let it not be said that only one player is enjoying significant strength as well. The Ceremonial Maul here, if JJ has a way to cast a spell, you get an additional taunt out of that. We're going to see a lot of instances of damage deployed. So now, I mean, I don't think this is... Oh, is this lethal, actually?
He might have it.
I think that's got to be one instance of damage short.
Still got Mr. Smite. He's got lethal.
Wow, okay. Never mind. That is... I mean, that's the power of Mr. Smite, right? Just generated for free off the top of the Leviathan. It's so much burst damage, and I mean, it turns out there was actually no way for D-Mutt to navigate with that RNG coming up. The Azeroth Bulwark was just a bait, really, to give him false hope. But man, that was... It shows you how important, again, that the Juggernaut is in that matchup, right? How do you beat that? Free Mr. Smite.
I mean, it's just great, because it's just D-Mutt's like, wow, that's a really high roll. That's great.
I might win, actually.
Here. And then directly afterwards, JJ's like, no. You think that's a high roll?
This is a high roll.
This is a high roll, right?
Crocodile Dundee, like, you reckon that's a legendary? This is a legendary.
This is a legendary.
Check this out.
Oh, that was excellent there. Just both of them getting exactly what they needed at that exact moment.
Really high level
from a generation. That was ridiculous. I imagine even D-Mutt's like, okay. I mean, when you generate a Bulwark of Azzinoth, when you just before you're about to die, and you're like, oh, cool. The only way I can get damage dealt to me is from direct damage. They don't have a way to actually just punch through this Azzinoth Bulwark. That's really good. I got exactly what I needed, exactly that right time.
Yeah.
I honestly feel he can't be mad that he decided to get a smite.
I think you can be slightly mad.
Come on, I'd be slightly mad if it was in reverse, right? Because like the chances of me generating that smite versus you generating that bulwark at that time.
Yeah.
Like you can sit there and be like, okay, I imagine JJ was very mad, and then D-Mutt was extremely happy, and then JJ was very happy, and I imagine D-Mutt be like, that's fair considering what I just rolled.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough. But yeah, I mean, that was very interesting, right? We saw D-Mutt, I mean, in theory, right, his pirate build, his warrior build has the advantage in the mirror, but I think just the way that the cards fell drew a lot of removal early on, which seems okay. But as we saw in the previous matchup, what really matters is developing your board and developing that quest line. And just a couple of awkward turns where there was kind of slow turns from JJ there on the last turn or two, but there just wasn't quite a sequence of cards D-Mutt had available that would really exploit that, and ends up getting punished once the Leviathan, once the Juggernaut comes down. I'm going to keep messing that up all day. I'm getting my biblical threats crossed over. One is on sea, one is... It's because, right, the Juggernaut is like a land-based, right? Leviathan is the king of the sea. It's a pirate ship. It's on the ocean.
Yeah, I mean,
why is it not the... Right? I mean, I guess what do you expect from an orc pirate?
Did you play Wrath of the Lich King?
I didn't remember encountering Rokara. I did play through Wrath.
Yeah, so obviously the Leviathan though is one of the bosses from World War.
Right. I mean, it's a pretty generic badge. There can be more than one thing named.
But I know, I get what you're saying. Like yours is like one's like, hey, biblically speaking, this is what a Leviathan should be. But at the same time, Leviathan is a land tank in World of Warcraft, so.
Yeah. I mean, it just goes to show that no one in World of Warcraft has ever read a book, which I believe. Moving right along, they might now rocking that Hunter deck, right? This is again, one of these various face Hunter builds. It sort of seems like everyone has their own slightly different take. There is a certain freedom when you're building an aggro deck, right? That you're not as locked in as just like, I have to play all of the currently available pirate cards to make my quest work, right? So it's like, well, I got to play a bunch of cards that deal damage. Turns out that's most cards.
Well, this is definitely going to be an interesting one as well, because I don't believe we have seen, the Demon Hunter or this particular iteration of the deck go up against a face Hunter. We know, of course, JJ is quite happy to sit back and take a lot of face damage if possible here, but is it going to be enough considering how quick of a deck D-Mutt's playing this time around?
I think it has a better chance than most, right? When we've seen D-Mutt shine with this deck was in like Hunter mirrors or against, again, the minion-based stuff against the Druid, against the Warrior. It seems like stuff like True Aim Present, you're really hedging your bets against those lists and you're really teched against them. But because I think D-Mutt is playing slightly more minions and relying slightly more on minions attacking than the average Face Hunter list, which plays, maybe slightly more spells or sort of expects to get a bit more damage out of the hero power, that plays slightly into the hands of this Demon Hunter list.
Well, JJ's already down to 22 HP. He's, of course, thinking through the sequences because he needs to take a bit more time, especially with this deck in hand there. We'll still continue to push that quest line a little bit further forward here, but you can see D-Mutt's deck is definitely a lot quicker than the Warrior in that sense of things. Does have that Imprisoned Felmore just chilling out for the time being. The Muscle Cub as well onto the field. Did use the Doggy Biscuit already, so this isn't going to be a beefy Muscle Cub by any stretch of the imagination, and still has a coin in hand, of course, here from being a little bit behind in terms of course, taking that second turn. So definitely has a few options here. That Rinlin's Rifle still hasn't been dropped down by D-Mutt yet. And I do like how D-Mutt does, take a little bit of extra time in comparison to what I've felt throughout this tournament. I feel like D-Mutt does like to sit back a little bit, really use up all that time to make sure that the sequencing is as perfect as it can be.
Yeah, I mean, I don't judge players who sort of move through their turns quickly. A lot of them play a lot of ladder. Like JJ has been grinding the ladder already almost back to legend after the recent reset, was playing right up until the start of the matches today. And if you're a player who's that practiced, right, it's just going through the motions. You just play quickly, you play efficiently. But at the same time, players in multiple different games have demonstrated the advantages of taking your time. Like, yes, you give your opponent time to think, but you will make measurably fewer mistakes. Even if these players make on average maybe one mistake a tournament, that mistake can be really, really bad for you. And taking a little bit of extra time to make sure you're considering all available options, especially in a game where those option trees are as diverse as they are in Hearthstone, with tools like Discovery, with all the card draw available, as we see JJ able to finally advance that quest line. Couple of turns behind where he was in the previous match we saw this Demon Hunter deck wins. I don't know whether that will significantly change the game plan. But yeah, I really appreciate DMUT having that patience.
I think it's interesting that, you know, you also bring up with JJ, who's like definitely very quick, you know, in terms of how he plays. But like you said, it is just a matter of him going for the motions. I know when we were just getting ready to jump into the competition of play today, JJ was there grinding out the games to his opponent. He's like, I'm going to use as much time as I have physically possible to actually keep on playing more Hearthstone and be as warmed up and just know these matches inside and out. So definitely is a bit of, you know, going through the motions here for JJ, even though he didn't have the best start, of course, up against his previous opponent, King Viking, did manage to come through in the end anyway. So it's going to be interesting as well with that play out. Yep, we're going to think, what was your thought process there, bud?
Sorry, I mean, like you're completely correct. I was just really interested. I was a bit too shocked to even contain myself there, but we drew Uncurve Barak Kodo Bane, and I'm not saying that's like a guarantee that DMUT should play the 5-drop there. Obviously, it is a card that sort of thrives. You know, you immediately draw some more spells, so that's sort of something where, later on in the game, it's really on curve if you play it on turn 10, and you can immediately cast everything it draws. But at the same time, you have to wonder, having put this big imprisoned Felmore on the board, could you potentially, this early in the game, overload JJ's board control by playing some really tough minions? I might have gone for it myself, but DMUT trusts in Ringling's Rifle, going for the 2-turn kill here, and maybe just denying the chance to get multiple minions worth of lifesteal off some of these fell spells that the Demon Hunter deck has available.
Well, what's interesting here as well, we do have the Ivanov being picked up here by JJ, so most of the pieces of the puzzle are available for that, you know, one-shot kill, but doesn't really have enough of those, to be honest, just straight out mana, and of course, enough spell power to actually really push that through to the next thing, and part of that, you know, reflection of the lifesteal that comes, of course, from that Il'gynoth does require minions to be on the board here. So DMUT might be considering that as a factor. Hey, you know, even though I could possibly go for a win here, if I don't actually find that kill, I might be in a bit of a pickle here if there's too many minions on the board here, and he just happens to play Il'gynoth with a decent amount of discounted cards off the turn. You can see JJ now is definitely looking for a bit of dig here. Of course, needs to actually get back some of that lifesteal now, and we'll pop down that Mo Artificia for the time.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is maybe what DMUT was playing around, right? It's the idea that if your opponent wants to lifesteal, maximally they have to hit multiple minions, so at least you make them have to hit their own cards. But yeah, it does play into that Rustrot Viper, right? Like, in part, it's just in the deck because it is a tradable minion, but it does also have some use in this matchup, destroying the Rinling's Rifle before it can get another use out of it. And so now DMUT's really on notice. His opponent's very low, 6 life, but can you get this kill to happen before presumably a lot of life is healed back next turn? The fact that there is even, you know, this opportunity is a testament to how important that questline is to JJ's deck, right? Like last game we saw JJ very fluidly moving through the turns, whereas now there's way fewer discounted cards in hand. Things look a lot more awkward. And Barak Kodo Bane, okay, this is interesting. Is there a way that JJ can punish this by setting up an Outcast Glide next turn? Because otherwise, this does look like the combined power of all these spells are going to threaten a pretty high amount of damage on DMUT's next turn.
Well, we have to wait and see now what is going to be the play here. Of course, you know, look, down to 6 life here. Needs something crucial to really stay alive against this oncoming damage that's just going to be ridiculous, as you mentioned, from time to time. With that Barak Kodo Dame come down, does have, of course, the aim shot, does have that quick shot as well. The Cult Neophyte seems to be the choice here as well. Perhaps maybe even put a little bit of a roadblock obstacle in the way of JJ as well to stop her from doing those big combinations from before. As we can see, we do finally get that Fellscream Blast as well, which is definitely nice to actually get that lifesteal, which is so important here for JJ. I'm just looking to see what else is available. Still has another Mo Artificia, but you want to try and save that one for the combination of Il'gynoth here. So it's kind of a rough spot now for JJ, who really is taking time. We said before, very quick player, really knows the motions, but this isn't a situation that you're put in from every time that you're on the ladder here. Really needs to make sure the sequencing is as tight as possible to stay alive for at least one more turn.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, it's one thing to rope on every single turn, that kind of like pathological attempt to almost basically build a habit in yourself to never not take time, is just so you can catch the things that you might not realize yourself missing. But most players are ready to rope when it comes to a turn like this. This is very complicated, very important, many potential decision paths to consider, and in the end, JJ hates everything in the current hand and just throws it all back with the glide. We'll see what comes off the top here. Does find the Fellscreen Blast. There's some aspect of removal there, but really needs something to answer this Kodo Bane, and there's just no answer to it. The sequencing to deploy only one large minion at a time, just paralyzing this Demon Hunter deck. No good options available there, and combined with the lack of card discounting, really limiting how much can be done in a turn, we see it fall to the Face Hunter.
Yeah, it's definitely a rough spot for JJ to be in. You can tell was really thinking, like, can I do this with his hands? Took as much time as possible and said, no, I need to throw it away. Like you said, Glide comes in, gets as much as he can out of that as well, sees that there was no real hope there and just says, all right, cool, I'm yielding it out. You've won this one, Demon. That means the Hunter now is off the board here, but of course, the Demon Hunter will still be available here for JJ. And now that there's a piece between these members, I'm really interested to see what comes up next to the bat. I really would like to see this Priest come through from Dima, because it is just such a fun deck to watch. The Soul Mirrors, the ability to generate win conditions off your opponent. The Priest is definitely something that is honestly a treat in this competition at the moment.
Oh, absolutely. We love to see some variety, especially a deck like this. It's a crazy fun deck. It's so different to everything else that's being played right now. But this is a really lethal coin flip we have available now, right? Like, you really, I think as Debut, ideally would like to see the Priest deck line up against the Demon Hunter and the Warrior deck line up against JJ's Warlock. Just as we saw JJ's Warlock a little bit soft to the minion-based decks. Oh, sorry, as we saw in the previous series. So if the things go the other way, though, right? Like, particularly this Warlock deck, it looks like it has a terrific matchup against slower controlling decks like the Paladin, and I have to imagine by extension, this Priest list out of D-Mut. So that might be something that he's looking to avoid, but ultimately, no way to really know for sure. You just have to close your eyes and pull the trigger.
Just a thought about that. Just throwing that in there. And it is going to be the Warrior this time around up against the Warlock. So that is going to be a little bit interesting there. We don't get to see the Priest just yet, but we still have to see. You still need to win with it. So that's something that's going to be on the play boards now. But this is definitely going to be an interesting lineup here. Now, we know that JJ, his current iteration of the non-hand Warlock does struggle a little bit more in comparison to the Quest Hand Warlock versus the Warrior this time around, but at least we have seen him win with it before. So I reckon that there's definitely some real potential here for JJ to take it out, but I feel like it is going to be, like you said, a coin flip between the two of them.
Yeah, when we say, like, it's a struggle, right, I have to emphasize that this version of Quest Warlock still has a 50-50 or slightly better matchup against, the Quest Warrior deck at sort of Legend tier. So it's not a bad deck. In fact, compared to how most decks do against a tier 1 list like this, you still consider it to be quite strong, right? Most decks have a losing matchup against Quest Warrior, but it's not the cudgel for it. The Quest Hand Warlock is like over 10 percentage points better, far and away the best deck against Quest Warrior. So you do lose a lot in this matchup by not going with that Quest Hand build with the larger minions. The advantage is that you don't have to be as afraid of something like Libram Paladin. I think that's the huge factor in this list that we haven't seen. This Quest Hand Warlock, 70% against Libram Paladin, 86% against the Priest. Yeah?
That is huge, the different change here. And again, I love to see a bit more variety. And of course, it is more of a race, just getting to that Thames and Bloodborne, of course, just reflect that fatigue damage right across there. But D-Mut looking pretty good off the back here.
Yeah.
It's going to be two Harvest Camps, two Blood Sail deckhands right off the back here, which means there's going to be a bit of the discounted plays for the weapons in the next turn, which is not too bad in that sense here, but you can see really pushing that quest line forward here. And
wow, and look at the response from JJ.
Wow.
Okay. you have to consider that a win if you're Dima, right? Like, that is not a natural sequencing. If your opponent is, I mean, okay, maybe the Bloodchild Bristleback has a great position against two minions, but ultimately, again, as we've discussed, this warrior deck's not really necessarily looking to kill you with the early minions. So, and now we even paralyze that play by throwing out a taunt from the Sword Eater. It might even just decide to destroy the minion right up with the Jawbreaker here. Great decision. So, Dima, this is a tremendous opening.
You can see here as well, it does have that Reaper Scythe in hand as well, discounted as well. So it will have the ability to do wave clear, even though JJ typically isn't really pulling those out just yet as well. I mean, everything really just seems to be going the way of Dima with these rolls at the moment. Even gets a Defiance Cannoneer off that top deck. You can see it's being hovered right now as well. I wouldn't be surprised if that's popped down just to put extra pressure onto the board as well, and actually just use up what is going to be that Jawbreaker here effectively. He's going to do that damage to the face first, just to sort of say, you know what, this is something that I can do. I do think through what's going to be the most efficient, most effective sequencing. The Defiance Cannoneer being hovered, it will be placed down as well, and at the same time progressing that quest line a bit more damage towards the face here. Of course, that attack is going to trigger the Cannoneer straight to the face, and JJ's already down to 13 HP.
Yeah, really interesting decision making. Could have gone for, you know, hit Reaper Scythe, Bloodsail Raider, right? Get a really huge Bloodsail Raider, but the Defiance Cannoneer generates some damage this turn, right? Whereas you know that JJ is essentially going to be pressured into pulling the trigger on a board wipe. Does luckily manage to fight it, right? Did not have the Grimoire of Sacrifice available before this turn, but you're trying to sort of make sure that you have the most value out of the minion you play this turn, with the assumption that it might not see another turn, and sure enough, that is the case. So preserving that high-powered threat of the Bloodsail Raider in hand now, even though JJ has significantly scrapped back control of the board.
Yeah, really good player there from JJ as well to actually keep that Moog Artificier alive as well. Means it was able to benefit even more from that drain, getting back towards at least 20 HP here. But Dima still quite happy, has a pretty good sense of what needs to be played at here as well. The Reaper Scythe is also might be coming down. Yep, is coming down as well. And also with that Stormwind Freeboot, who gives that extra attack here to really clear away the board and get some control back. And I mean, when you're sitting on 29 HP as a warrior, you're pretty much at the point where another 2 pirates will get you to Rakara, and your opponent's down to 14 HP at turn 6. Looking pretty good, because like you said, JJ has actually done some very interesting sequencing this time around, purely because of the way Dima was able just to get so much pressure out on the board so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of similar to what we saw happening in reverse in the earlier matchup between the two Quest Warriors, where if you can get enough of a tempo lead early on, you force your opponent to play suboptimally with regards to completing their own quest and advancing their actual game plan, just to have to not die, right? You have to start moving much more defensively earlier on, not just ignore your opponent, and that's what we've sort of forced JJ to do here as D-Mud, as the Pirate Warrior. And I mean, now we're starting to see these cards in hand get discounted. We saw one of the quest lines, quests actually completed, but it's still a very long way off having Tamsin available. There's still half a deck left, which is huge for the Warlock at this point in the game. And now you just want to look, I think, you know, you've sort of pushed a lot of damage to the face. Now it's time to get Rakara out on the board pretty much as quickly as possible. Yeah, you see the Cargo Guard come down, and this is the shift of gears that's so hard to deal with so many decks, because you can't just ignore the early game damage out of the Quest Warrior, but you know that at some point they're going to switch to playing these like quite defensively minded minions, and then suddenly you have to turn around and somehow kill them before their late game engine just overwhelms.
And it is a very interesting late game engine. I mean, look, to be honest, it's we've seen it in this specific round already come through, with of course the weapon draws that can come through, of course the random pirates that can come to the board here. It is a late game engine with such variety that you cannot account for, but of course JJ staying the course is of course going to use that backfire to get a lot more cards onto hand here. A lot of them, as you mentioned, have been discounted already. The unstable Shadow Blast will come through here as well, just to cause some damage here and still continue that quest line. He's down to 7 HP now as well. What seems to be the saving grace here for JJ is we don't see a Mr. Smite in hand just yet. And will you, of course, use that Moog Artificier as well, along with that touching that thing, just to make sure that everything is going to be safe coming across here. Another extra 4 HP coming towards that hand as well. And it's just going to be dropping down that tool guide for the sake of it as well. Again, no Mr. Smite here, so I imagine JJ will be very happy with that. But to be honest, you know, D-Mite is going to just be playing that Rakara regardless. I mean, that is definitely the easy choice here.
Yeah, it's an absolutely crucial turn. Turn 7 Rakara, probably the average, but you couldn't have it be any later than this. because suddenly things are getting dangerous. JJ hitting a massive draw, finding the other copy of Backfire there to both advance the quest line, but also just dig up a ton of cards, trigger the Rune Mithril Rod. That turn generated so much momentum, and it just shows the advantage of building a deck like this, right? It's a pretty cynical way to approach a card game, but this is obviously the champion stage of a league, right? If your whole deck is built around drawing cards, if that's your sole game plan, and you're just ripping through your deck, you do negate a lot of the inherent variance of card games, right? I mean, you're just going to see more of your deck in more games, which gives you more of a chance to find the tools that you know you have to get out of a situation like this. It's like, oh, we found the other Moag Artificer and the other board wipes. We're back in control suddenly. But the fact is that JJ's almost drawn every card in his deck already. This Pirate deck is more than half undrawn, right? So you might say, oh, I haven't found my Mr. Smite yet. But really, like, you have no way to guarantee you'll find Mr. Smite, whereas JJ can just about guarantee that as long as you know how to use your cards right, you're going to have the chance to win nearly every game.
We can see now it's really coming to effect for JJ as well. Up to 16 HP, has more of those cards drawn up as well here. But now we do get the RNG train coming on through from the Juggernaut.
Oh, there's Smite!
For a little bit of damage. Get Smite as well off that top deck.
Needed that.
That is such a big draw as well. This is really necessary to actually finish it off here. As you can see, Foxtail 3-booter D-Mat's thinking through, do I have enough on this lethal here? And I think he just might.
Short. Oh, actually, well, it depends on the... No, wait. Depends on the Ringmaster's Baton, right? It's a really awkward weapon to roll this turn. It's not a ton of burst damage, but depending on what this buffs, it's gonna buff Smite. I think that's lethal.
There we go. So Mr. Smite is
9
being dropped
damage,
down here as well.
11, 13. Yeah, that's it. That buff hitting Smite or the Freebooter was essential. If it hit the other two pirates in hand, I don't think we get there, but that was a 50-50 chance. And in the end, I mean, that's the thing about the Juggernaut, right? We can say, oh, the RNG. But it's not just you generate one random pirate, right? You generate a pirate and a weapon and you shoot them. You only need like one of those things to high roll on a given turn. You really only need an average amount of luck spread across all of the things that it does, across the 1 or 2 turns it's usually in play. And it tends to add up to lethal. I don't think it's quite as random as it appears.
Nah, I completely agree in that sense here as well. And now that, of course, the Hunter and the Warrior is out of the mix here for D-Mat, that means all that's left is going to be that Priest. And up against, again, you know, the Demon Hunter and, of course, that non-hand Warlock, I am still a little bit worried here for D-Mat because we sort of looked at it like, yeah, you know, most of these cards that are in play here, or the way that actually is played by JJ, tends to look for that OTK kill, wants to take its time to really draw things out. The Priest is a very slow deck. Yes, it's got the ability to really put some big things out there, but in terms of that, you're trying to normally match tempo that's being put out to it, and these guys are quite happy to take their time and look for a 1-turn kill, something that I don't think the Priest has the ability to actually block.
Well, I guess what we'll say first of all is that D-Mat had a ban, and obviously, as all the players do, and did not ban either the Warlock or the Demon Hunter. Ban the Druid, right? So that says D-Mat knows something we don't about this priest list. Probably several things we don't. I think only D-Mat knows anything about this priest list. But this priest list is
like
some sort
throughout the entire competition for all the players. It's just D-Mat. Like you said, I mean,
Hellraiser puzzle box of a deck.
He's in the finals. Like we can't,
you
know, really say like,
I
he
love
definitely
it.
knows something.
It's not a bad deck at all, right? And clearly D-Mat knows how to win with it. And so the fact that D-Mat is willing to test it against these two decks, I don't know how it's necessarily going to go against this Warlock list. But against the Demon list, I give him a lot of chances, right? The Priest list is slow. These are not especially fast decks either. The Warlock deck can go pretty quick. But like... And I will say to JJ, the switches being made, right, from the non-quest version of Demon Hunter to the quest version, from the quest hand version of Warlock to the non-hand full combo quest version, it seems like those have been made specifically to speed these decks up so that they can kill significantly ahead of turn 10 under the right circumstances, so that you're not just free to these late game decks. But even so, how much do you gain against the Priest deck by having an OTK versus what you lose by having what are presumably a lot of dead cards meant to answer small minions?
I guess that's really going to be the question that's going to be answered now as we do play this out. As you can see, the ROS, or the Relinquary of Souls, is going to be played out here. You know, a card that just keeps on giving. The fact that if you do take it out, it will just suffer in the prime into it as well. So that is going to be something that comes into it. JJ's like, sweet, let me just tap. I'm just going to tap, tappy. All the possible forms of tapping possible. Palm reading has been picked up as well here. It's got 2 sets of those. Mr. Smite in hand, just a casual smite chilling out there.
Yeah.
Of course, the Circus Amalgam as well, and I believe the N'Zoth God of the Deep just chilling out as well. So some big cards in hand here for Dima, but no real opportunity to play them just yet.
That hand is like a great one to screenshot and throw up on social media, sort of challenge people like, can you guess what archetype this is? Because like, okay, the palm reading gives away that it's a priest deck, but yeah, that's a pretty crazy list, but it does kind of explain itself as well, right? There's N'Zoth. This deck is not necessarily a N'Zoth deck. It's more like a deck that combines a ton of good cards in a way that tries to get sort of the highest overall value out of all of them and just the general controlling properties of the priest class. But you can see how the N'Zoth resurrecting Mr. Smite, pretty potent. N'Zoth resurrecting Mr. Smite and a Circus Amalgam, which is resurrected as a different type, but still gains charge from Mr. Smite. That's a lot of burst damage, right? So there are a number of really cool combos in this priest list. Also nice to see Dima draw Reliquary of Souls on turn 1. It's the only one drop in the deck. I think we've seen him play this list twice on stream, and he's had it turn 1 both times. So maybe that's part of playing this priest deck, is just having, like, god luck. But yeah, we're going to have to see how this plays out, because this is pretty unknown territory for probably everyone involved, right? Even JJ.
Was that an unintentional pun there that you threw out there? God luck for the priest?
No, that was unintended. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna like, that's a pretty good one. I would I would throw it out there, but you just said it without like, because like normally when you throw a pun, I see your face sort of like light up for me to have a look at on the screen, and I'm like, oh, he's throwing that one at me. But you just like, yeah, you need to have some real godlike for this priest deck. And you do need to have it. There's no lie there in that sense of the that analysis, but it is also, in my opinion, a pretty decent pun as well. We can see here once again, down to 25 HP for JJ. Most of that self-inflicted here, but finally a little bit of pressure's coming into the mix here. Of course, the fact that Circus Amalgam is down. The other thing as well that's interesting in that sense of the mix here is that JJ is going to be dropping down that Nightshade Matron just to get some control into the board here, because of course it's starting to feel a little bit of that pressure. Yeah,
pretty nice for JJ to find, talk about finding the one-of Reliquary of Souls. Pretty nice for JJ to find the one-of Nightshade Matron there, because that's really the only efficient way this deck has, especially this early in the game, when you don't really have access to combos of cards yet, to deal with a high toughness minion like that, right? Like, otherwise you sort of we saw against the Hunter deck how you can be in trouble, and you might be in more trouble because that wasn't the only tough minion stat line available to Dima. Playing out that Amalgam last turn has corrupted the Fairground full in hand. So now we're going to see a 4/7 taunt, which is pretty big for this deck to try and deal with. That's bigger than even an unstable Shadow Blast can pick off. So I'm not saying that JJ won't be able to clear it. This deck is full of answers to minions, but any way that you can sort of make the Warlock deck uncomfortable, make it play 2 cards instead of 1, force it to deploy an early Moag Artificer, make it not play the Ruined Mithril Rod next turn. Just all of these small things add up over the course of the game. That's what you have to do to get ahead and beat this deck.
There's little corruptions always being very nice, as you mentioned before here, but JJ is like, sweet, no worries. Well, I'm just going to play
Wow! Okay, the disrespect. And maybe just getting punished here. Discounted Idol of your charge from the palm reading. It's a 10/10 Reliquary Prime! Oh my god! Oh no!
These are some big minions right off the board here. Imagine JJ's looking like, none of my cards are discounted. I do have a Versapage.
This is not a combo deck. This is not like a priest list where that's the only card in your deck and you're like, I'm gonna get 10/10 Reliquary Prime out of this. There's like easily 8 minions in the deck that could have hit. They might all have been good hits. That's still pretty ridiculous that you shuffle that back in, immediately roll an untargetable 10/10 taunt lifesteal. What is JJ gonna do about this?
I mean, look, he's left it up for the time being. He's
back
up to
how
29
could he not leave it up? How is he killing it?
Look, I don't.
You say like he's got a choice.
I'm just trying to make it seem right now there's a chance for JJ.
He's tactically not killed the 10/10.
For those of you out there who don't live with commentary, you're trying to be like, he's not dead, okay? He looks like he's dead, but he's still not dead yet. There's still opportunity, and you just got like Bard there being like, he's pretty dead, man. Right now, he's pretty.
To be clear, I can't tell you that he's dead, but as opposed to normally where my head is full of all these very realistic scenarios where he's not dead, I just don't really know how to calculate exactly how dead JJ is. But if I had to guess, he's like an 8 out of dead on the dead scale. Like, there are not a lot of answers to kill this minion. You have to like, look, he's got a 1-3 on the board. You can't even really trade into it over multiple turns. So you have to pick at it with the cards in hand, but all of the cards in hand are targeted spells. You're gonna have to draw one of your very few non-targeting spells and play like both Moag Artificers. Your deck ends up so far behind, even in the scenarios where you do clear this Reliquary Prime, that I'd almost be prepared to see JJ hit the concede button. This looks so rough.
Yeah, I mean, he's still playing it through at least now for the
you
time being. The Moag Artificer is coming down as well.
Yeah.
So he's going to use that Drain Soul just to get HP back, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess the game plan is, look, you know, if I can just keep draining and drawing, I should be able to hit a point where I can get to my Thames and Roam, just win here. Because, you know, again, even though, like, D-Mutt has a Reliquary Prime with, like, you know, 10-10 and 34 HP, all I need to do is actually just draw and get to my quest line. That's all I need to do, and just somehow survive in the meantime. So
yeah,
that seems to be JJ's game plan for the time being. Like you said, it's just so rough. He's got such a strong minion on the board here, and like you said, all of the ways to deal with it is targeted spells. That is literally the only way we can go about it. But Grimoire Sacrifice is coming down as well here. We'll deal at least 8 damage. But here's the annoying part about priests: you can heal your minions with your hero power.
Yeah, and look, the thing about this is that like I almost be prepared to say that D-Mutt made a slight mistake by playing a different minion last turn, like to give a target for these drain souls, right? 'Cause you know that JJ has a lot of ways to amp up how much life is drained there, but if you're forced to like play your own minions and then drain soul them, that's incredibly inefficient. I guess the counterpoint is that D-Mutt does, as you say, need to end the game still, and there aren't a lot of ways to end the game. Goodness gracious. Never mind. Just clones the Reliquary Prime. 2, 11, 12 untargetable taunt lifesteals. You can... The power of Priest, everybody. The secret tier 0 deck. What do you do about this?
What you can't do anything.
No, JJ.
Alright, so you gave me a rating of like 8 out of dead. What's the rating now?
We're reaching like dead on the graph. Like this is an asymptote. It goes like 8, 9 dead, and the line is just going like down, down, down until inevitably meeting death. Like, you know, it's not over till it's over. D-Mutt could disconnect, for instance, before taking his next turn.
That's true.
Yeah.
We didn't take that. We didn't even take into account
you gotta think. No, he's. Oh wait. Okay, so you can actually target Bloodshot Bristleback. So we're gonna be able to bring one of them down now. So that's only one 11-4 Blacksteel Taunt untargetable. I mean, JJ is playing this out.
Alright, he's looking okay.
Right? This is the power of a ladder grinder. You have seen every like ungodly bit of RNG, every absolute bum steer variance draw that Hearthstone can throw at you, every whack combo deck that can come out of nowhere and hit you, and you have to just be like a hardened mercenary, ready to not even blink. JJ trusted his deck, absolutely trying to find the path past these primes, but look at the hand for D-Mutt. Look how stacked this is. We are only now reaching the end game. This is his territory, and what is it going to be? Okay. We just wanted to get Tamsin off the board.
I mean, that's one way to look at it.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just, I feel like, what do you do? Like, you got the Apotheosis, you've got the Defiler, you got N'Zoth. It's just, you're just so much available to you here. I mean, again, you are still on a bit of a timer here because, of course, JJ can just turn on that quest and literally just start drawing. But again, you know, we know that the win condition for this is literally the fact that you need to be fatigued. You still have 8 cards that you need to chew through before you can even start putting that level into it as well. And as you can see here, he's just going to very, very carefully keep that Reliquary Prime alive as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, sort of understanding that JJ's best plan is to get rid of this 11. Like, you have to be able to get rid of this 11-12, and this deck doesn't have that many minions. It's not used to having to use minions to kill minions, right? Your whole deck is full of spells to kill minions. They're not going to work here. So, as long, by actively taking that trade on his own turn and then healing the Reliquary Prime back up, D-Mutt's actually, I agree, making the best available play. This Unstable Shadow Blast is not going to kill the Crossroads Watch Post due to the trigger of the Watch Post. I don't know if JJ, I'm sure JJ had calculated that, but it's very awkward. Now we're going to see Grimoire Sacrifice off. That is going to be able to clear that Watch Post and stop it buffing up the Reliquary Prime anymore. You can see, like, I don't know if this is 100% D-Mutt's game plan. I'm sure this has happened before with how the deck's set up, but this is like the optimal thing you can play into against this Warlock list. I'm convinced it's so powerful right now. And there's the threat that we might see another Reliquary Prime next turn, right? Because there's Idol of Charge in hand. We haven't drawn the original yet. This is still working off the very first summoned copy.
That's like the real rough point here, is that we still have other options available here for DMart. Of course, I mean, JJ still holding strong, okay?
Yeah.
Back to full HP.
Yeah, 4 cards
Using
left
that
in
armor
deck.
vendor getting alive here. Again, you know, it doesn't really matter how well, you know, DMart's able to like to hold this like board under control here. Like again, JJ just needs to get to that late game. JJ,
Yeah.
I'm actually feeling a little bit more confident now. Beforehand, we were like, this is rough. And we're like, hell, even our producer was laughing in the background because we were talking about this, going, this is ridiculous right now. And I feel like JJ really has stabilized. And like you said, that idea of just being in a really good spot and then being able to be in a position to understand, you know what, I'm not dead just yet, has really played through. So again, that experience really showing us up right now.
I'm prepared to give JJ something. The thing that I didn't really think through is the fact that the untargetability for the Reliquary Prime, it wouldn't stop the Bloodshot Bristlebacks. That ability to play both Bristlebacks on the same turn and burst down one of these primes, so important. But the thing, like, DMart has committed now not to going for the quick kill, which may end up to have been a mistake. We'll see how we go. But the commitment is clearly towards just running JJ out of minions in deck, right? Like, JJ obviously trying to draw the whole deck, and once you draw the deck, you enter that exciting phase where you're corrupting your opponent with the exhaustion. But like, you can't draw any more cards to actually clear, say, a giant life-stealing Reliquary Prime, right? This might actually be the deck that just ignores the Tamsin reflected exhaustion damage for like a couple of turns, and that's clearly what DMart's playing for. Just the idea that if you clear away this board and you prevent them from killing this giant lifesteal minion, you are going to be able to outrace that quest damage win condition. But you sort of have to battle for the board first, and that's resulting in some delays. I don't know whether or not this is going to prove to have been the right move. It's quite tense.
Well, JJ is, again, building up what looks to be a very sizable board here as well. He's going to be playing out those Mana Feeder Pantharas for all that draw. As you can see, the Rune Mithril Mob is continuing to stack up. He's down to 1 card in hand here as well, so things really beginning to ramp up. As you can see, we'll be trading away, get a little bit of life still back into it. There's the original now, okay. So this is still something that could still come as an effective team up, but he's finally out of cards here as well, and as you can see now, he's going to be using the rest of this just to continue to soak everything back up and finally complete that quest line.
Yeah, hasn't even actually completed the quest line yet. Okay, now we're going to exhaust and still be 1 short. But the important thing is that we're actually stacking the exhaustion triggers up before the damage starts being reflected. It's actually efficient in a way. And now we're in a really interesting point because DMart knows we've basically seen off most of the ways that this Reliquary Prime can die. Now you have to turn the corner and end the game quickly. So how fast can you turn this around? There are a lot of ways to heal. There is a lot of burst damage with Mr. Smite and N'Zoth. You do kind of need to get Mr. Smite killed first to get that Resurrect trigger. I don't know exactly how DMart's going to approach this, but I feel as though DMart is in a great spot. Almost certainly can't die just in 1 turn here. Even though we've seen that Tamsin combo be pretty brutal, it still has to be played on the next turn. So how fast can you lethal out this Warlock deck? We'll have to see what happens.
What's rough here is that, of course, you know, JJ does have a lot of card draw on that next turn. We've got the Backfire. We've got the Hand of Gul'dan. I mean, all he needs to do is just discard that Hand of Gul'dan to really get a number of cards of draws here. Now, I think he can actually really get everything into play. So,
the second lifesteal. The thing about like you can't lifesteal above 30. So
yeah,
like there's a really hard. I feel like by the second turn of combo drawing with this Warlock quest, like you will be dead from 30. I guess just trying to go with the non-targeted card, but JJ has used all the targeted removal. I don't know if DMart's been counting. Like there's no more removal. I feel like the most effective thing you could have gone for there was just playing the charge and you would have gotten multiple large corrupted minions out of that to fill up the board. Playing the second 6/8, it stops you getting hit in the face, but the first one was already doing that. It doesn't really go that much deeper.
Just call him well played.
Getting a well played out of JJ. I don't know is this going to be enough? Can we draw any more cards here? I don't think so. It's not enough.
think
Yeah.
he realizes he just doesn't have enough.
Yeah, just doesn't have it. Okay, in the end, not enough. I mean, there's just no way to clear the minions. So the first Reliquary Prime was itself enough in the end. I mean, I guess the key point was when you copied it. Because the 2 blood shards together, they brought down 1. But the second supercharged copy of Reliquary Prime, it goes the distance against that Warlock deck and closes things out for Deemite.
Yeah, it's pretty insane when you think about it, because it literally was the fact that this was a prime that was generated again with, basically on steroids. That was the real key point here that allowed him to take it down. Because when you think about JJ, it's like, yeah, cool, he's going to have this particular card here. As long as it's not this Superman version of the card, I should be able to use my Bristlebacks as a form to actually clear this out and be relatively safe. But again, with priests, you just expect the unexpected is literally the way this game works. For the priests here, you just be so surprised what can actually come out and be drawn from it. So really impressive on that one there. That being said, Bud, do you have anything before we do throw to a quick break?
I think it's just important to remember that, that looked like an incredible high roll out of this priest deck, but it's kind of how this deck is built. It's not about consistently achieving one really broken combination of cards or one really, really powerful board state. It's about throwing a ton of possible powerful draws in a bag and just kind of shaking it up, and whichever one you come out with in a given game, that becomes your game plan. Deemite just seems to be the master of figuring that stuff out on the fly, and I hope we see it, honestly, in the grand finals. It's such a thrill to watch.
Well, if this lucky dip will continue here at the Hearthstone Open, you guys have to keep on watching to find out. We'll have more of that action coming very soon. Please do not go anywhere.
I'm doing pretty well. I mean, these games so far have been better than you could really ask for, right? Like we just watched that priest deck absolutely smash face with some insane high rolls, some really cool plays, and even in our other matches, right? We've seen some very nice sequencing, players finding a lot of cool lethals. I just sort of hope we can maintain the rage at this level for the rest of the weekend.
Pretty much now. I think I've managed to re-find my voice now, finally, which is looking pretty good. So, sorry about that there, guys. A bit of a technical issue there with my mic. But that being said, though, guys, we are back with the Hearthstone Open here. And what we are going to talk about is the idea we do have Colbert up against Home Master next. So, things looking pretty good in that sense of things here. I believe they're both running the Demon Hunters here. We're still waiting for those bans to come through. What would you ban away here if you're in that position, Bart?
The thing that stands out most to me, right, is this Libram Paladin. It seems to me like we obviously most players running this Druid and the Warrior, and they can kind of get lumped together. They have similar matchups for the most part, and they're mostly under control, I think, for most players in their lineup. So this Paladin deck seems a little harder to answer. It has some devastatingly strong matchups against a lot of decks that people want in their lineup to counter Warrior and Druid, as well as being pretty solid against those decks, right? It's very scary. We've seen it probably the most banned deck of the tournament. So Home Master might well expect that deck to get banned out, but if it doesn't, if you can ban out the Warlock deck, that's Corbett's only really great matchup against the Libram Paladin. So that might be a huge edge in the matchup. Other than that, I'm not really certain. It depends what they're most comfortable with, right? Like we just haven't seen that much of, say, Quest Rogue to understand how important that is to Home Master's lineup or what it'll be strong against.
Absolutely. I think what's really key to point out here as well is that Secret Libram Paladin was actually the clincher here for Homemaster as well in that previous match against Chris 69. Chris 69 obviously moving down towards that lower bracket does mean that he still has an opportunity to play and get some revenge back. But of course, that Secret Libram Paladin just proved to be too strong against his Quest Shaman, which, although the quest line was completed, didn't really hit the mark. Now, one of the key things here as well that we haven't brought up yet, Bart, is as well as the advantage of actually making your way through to be the final brackets winner. That does mean that you only need to win one best of 5 to make your way through, but you do get an opportunity to lose one. The lower bracket finalist will need to play through and win at least twice in order to take out this entire tournament. So it is a massive boon to continue progressing through this upper bracket and make your way to being the finalist from this side of the stage.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a little bit different from previous weeks, right? In previous weeks, there were obviously qualification slots available without even needing to necessarily make it all the way to grand finals through losers bracket, as well as the fact that the competition being slightly less fierce. If you took an unlucky loss early on, if you ran into a matchup that countered yours, you could be reasonably sure, if you're a very confident, strong player, that you might be able to battle your way through the lower bracket and succeed anyway. But here, the stakes are much higher and the competition is so much tougher. If you were to fall down to the lower bracket early on, I'm not saying it's a death knell for your chances of making day 2, but it is very, very tough. So we're seeing the real cream of the crop here, and I'm sure these players are absolutely giving it, 100%, even though they still have a second chance available.
And the thing is that it's such like a cream of the crop competition at this point in time that even when you see sequences that seem to be out of place, we're both there sitting and going, no, we're not going to question that sequence that's been that initial play there is to deal with perhaps an extreme high roll off the start here. Like, for example, when you took into account JJ, who is currently still playing through that lower brackets. I haven't had a chance to double check to see where he's going, but I saw he didn't manage to make his way through past another round. For example, throwing out a bristleback, something that's normally used as, on turn 6, turn 7 to sort of like amp up a little bit of HP, put a bit of a body on board. Initially on that first turn 3, that's something that you really don't expect happening, not even getting the full effect out of it, because of course only when you are down to it, when you've actually got a certain amount of cards drawn away, do you really get the full effects of that bristleback. It really begins to show that this competition is really heating up and they're actually taking that into account.
Yeah, it shows what's possible when you put pressure on your opponent, but also how good these players are at responding to that kind of pressure, right? You certainly don't expect to have to make that kind of dramatic adjustment that early on in a match, but the Pirate Warrior, the Quest Warrior play was pretty aggressive with those 2 1-drops, and it shows that it pays to not just be locked into your thinking, like, I can't use this tool that early on. I have to preserve my bristleback. And in the same game, right, we saw the opposite. The bristlebacks were saved, so they could be used to bring down a giant, taunt lifesteal that you basically had no other answer to. And barring some very, very strong sequences for the priest deck, that might have even been able to salvage the game. So that is the kind of flexible mindset and complete awareness of your deck's capabilities that you really need to progress deep in this tournament. I do hope that we'll see JJ again later on, but he's doing it tough down there in the lower bracket. It's a shark-infested sea down there. And, I can understand why the players still up here are sort of, leaning hard on their higher rolls and trying to make every win count, because the deeper you can get before you fall down, the chances of going to day 2 go up dramatically.
Oh, that is definitely, really the point here. This is a competition that's cutthroat as hell at the moment. And the big thing here as well is that these players are playing for quite a bit. I mean, there's up to 240 packs up for grabs here. So it's pretty interesting in that sense as well, in terms of what can be picked up here as well. So all these players do want to get these positions. It's not just a matter of that being said there as well.
Do you know what has come to pass, Mendrix? The bans are in. Homemaster bans that Quest Warlock that's so effective against Secret Libram Paladin, but Corbett bans the Demon Hunter list. The Paladin is on the table. So Paladin, Quest Rogue, and Quest Hand Warlock specifically against Demon Hunter, and the Garrot Rogue list. This is a really interesting, exciting lineup of decks, matchup of decks.
And what's interesting about this is, again, is it defies our expectation here. We were thinking, yeah, you know what? Seems like these are pretty straightforward bans across the board here. Of course, Homemaster doing what was intended here, but Corbett on the other side says, no. I'm actually going to bet away the Demon Hunter. I believe I can actually handle the Secret Libram Paladin. And that's definitely something that hopefully, we don't believe it's going to be a misstep. I mean, it's still sitting around a 57% win rate in the metadata at the moment. But in terms of, how does that stack up in competition play when the technical cards are really in that mix, we'll have probably something that's going to be very different coming forward.
Yeah, I think that the big hope for Corbett to beat this Paladin deck, it has to be something like the Rogue. I mean, the thing about the Paladin deck is that it does best against the board-based decks, right? It is somewhat vulnerable. Like, the more face-focused your deck is, the more chance you have, right? Because you get to ignore, the giant taunt minions that this deck summons up in the late game. But it's important to note, Face Hunter, losing matchup against the Paladin deck, right? That is not sufficiently face focused. You need to be a burn combo deck. You need to be a rogue, a quest rogue, a garrot rogue, a quest mage, some sort of OTK combo deck to really start to build a winning percentage. So Homemaster going to be really happy not only that the Paladin deck got smuggled through the bans, but that this is the first matchup you have the chance to play with it.
Looking like it could possibly be a very easy win here for Homemaster, but then you have to look on the flip side of the outcome as well. I mean, if Corbett manages to come through and wins with the Hunter of all things against the Secret Libram Paladin, that's a real big boon to be going into. All of a sudden, things start to change a lot here for Homemaster, who's like, I just lost on what should have been one of the easier matchups for me here. This is a real problem that can go forward here. So, unfortunately, in that sense here, that might be something that comes to pass here, but we have to wait and see how it plays out. Corbett, though, is really just ramping up that pressure immediately, does put those quick shots out as well, and does put at least 3 points of damage onto Homemaster here. He's just quite happy to just continue to play, things out as per normal. Another Alliance Bannerman, but this one's slightly buffed, makes their way onto the field.
Yeah, I mean, like, obviously we want to focus on this match, but as the early stages develop, we're sort of looking slightly ahead to how the rest of the whole matchup might play out for Home Mastery. Because these decks, these are very niche matchups, right? Like, multiple decks we don't really see a lot of coming into play here. And what I'm interested in is, like, so this Quest Rogue, like, how does that line up if Home Master wins this one, if Home Master loses this one? How do the remaining decks get through? Do you reach a position where one player has, like, a deck that can't beat any of their opponent's decks left? Because that's your goal in these sorts of formats, right? Where you have to win with each of your available decks. You really just want to snooker your opponent around one particular deck where either just by bans or by getting in an early win with a deck in a favorable matchup that might be unfavored otherwise, you create a position where all the remaining matches are heavily you favored, and you sort of leave your opponent unable to win with their last deck, like we saw before. So with that Warrior in the first round that just sort of got reverse swept. And so Homemaster in prime position to perhaps set that up.
Couldn't agree more with that one there, but like you said, tournament's still pretty early. Well, not tournament's early, this match is pretty early in the sense of things here now. So Colbert's still looking to through or waiting for his next opportunity to make some turns here, perhaps use that hero power to put some damage to the face here. Homemaster's thinking through the sequencing right now, does of course still have that 4 mana in hand, is yet to put anything real down at this moment in time, and that is going to have at least that 3-1 Alliance Bannerman, perhaps to go straight towards the face here, but thinking perhaps am I going to pop a trap here in the process of doing that, realizes nope, no trap here at the moment here, so it's going to be something different, and still thinking the way to play around it in this point in time.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very strong turn out of Homemaster here, and you start to see this Paladin deck weigh in, right? We haven't gotten to see a lot of the Paladin deck, even though it's been one of the more popular inclusions in players' lineup. So, the sequencing, the turn-to-turn, sort of pace that they're on isn't as familiar to us to evaluate as it is with the Druid or the Warrior. But you have to, believe this is a great opening by anyone's standards.
Absolutely. I mean, 4 minions wide here. We're only on turn 5 as well. And you can see that Corbett really needs to think through things as well. Only has that Swift Hyena out on the board here. 1-1 is pretty much going to be cake against most of these here. I feel like the easy iteration here is, I just trade in that Alliance Bannerman, but do I have another card in hand here that could possibly deal with that more effectively? Trampling Rhino is another play that could also come out, but a lot of things here could really go wrong for Corbett if he doesn't really think through this here, but it is going to be the Barak, Kodobane, and the trade out here now of the Alliance Bannerman, just thinking a bit further ahead in those turns.
Yeah, just sort of accepting that there's no good clear this turn, and so Corbett is prepared to just eat a ton of damage and whatever comes out of Homemaster next turn, and just kind of hoping that it's not that bad, that you can set up with Barak Kodobane, obviously quite a large body, and really prepare yourself to get a better situation out of the next turn, a two-turn play here. I feel like that's a little bit of a desperation move, and maybe a losing move, depending on what Homemaster's capable of unleashing here. You're already ahead. This is going to be worth a lot of damage, depending on how you navigate these secrets. Nice choice.
First one does get sprung. It's going to be the pack tactics that's come out here. That means you are going to get another Barak Kodobane out onto the field, another 3/3 in this case. Here comes the Snake Trap as well. And so we do have already, is out of the blue, a nice wide field that's coming into play here. But at the same time, I mean, you look at the quality of minions versus the quantity here for Corbett, and you still think Homemaster's in a pretty good spot here, because even though, yes, all of these things just came onto the board, we still have, you know, two decently sized minions there. We've got a 5/5 available in the sense of this as well, and Homemaster has a plethora of cards to play through and options to work through. So pretty happy, I imagine, with that position as well, but at least Corbett now has some options when it does come floating around back to his turn.
Yeah, it's really interesting, actually. Homemaster really hesitating here. I would have thought that by that attack on a minion, right, you think about what secrets might that attack trigger. Snake Trap's got to be near the front of your mind. There's a City Tax available in hand. Could do something like City Tax into Noble Mount, re-Divine Shield, McGurgle, so that, you know, there's only the two large Barak Kodobanes left, but chooses to instead devalue the 1/1 snakes in a different way by just dropping an enormous taunt minion in the form of Aldor Truthseeker. Holds onto that board clear in hand, just providing maximum threat as well, right? The board clear would not represent additional face damage next turn, but Corbett can't afford to ignore this 6/8 either, dropping very low on life total. I mean, this is just shows that you cannot afford to fall behind on tempo as this Hunter deck, especially this far behind on tempo. You always have to ask yourself, how did it happen, right? Just the perfect chaining of draws and the Stormwind Bannerman there, leading to a really dire spot for Corbett.
And this was really rough now as well, because typically now you're using that Doggy Biscuit, which is character you use to put pressure on early, is now being used as a way to actually manage the threats already on board here. I mean, typically the Hunter normally has this in reverse by this point in the match. It's the Paladin that's on the back foot trying to figure out solutions here, not the Hunter. So you're really beginning to feel for Colbert in this initial matchup here. And to be honest, it's something that we actually expected. We thought, you know, overall, we felt this was going to be Paladin favored here. If it did go the way of Corbett, that would have been really good, you know, just in the sequence of things, but definitely not really going to be a down and out moment here for Corbett, because the Hunter does perform relatively well against what the other options available on the map.
Yeah, and this Libram Paladin list from Homemaster, it seemed like, again, many players slightly adjusting their deck choices, slightly moving to like a different sub-archetype. You can say almost everyone has really put a lot of effort into their lineups, even if they're sort of running back pretty known and tried deck lists. This seems like a slightly lower curve out of like the sort of realm of known Libram Paladin decks, and it's really paying off with how many of these cards are live early in the game to stymie the expected momentum of the Hunter, although this Barak Kodobane's looking pretty big.
Yeah, I mean, 8 on board here. You can see we managed to clear away the other big minion, the Outer Truthseeker, now no longer available for Homemaster. The Libram of Justice seems to be the play here as well. It's being hovered at the moment for Homemaster, so not committing to the play just yet. Is looking at other options as well. I mean, Hand of Abdal's there. Another Outer Truthseeker could be dropped as well. And it looks like it's going to be finally organized here. It looks like it should be that Libram of Justice coming down just to clear everything from the board here with that City Tax as well. And that will be a very buffed up McGurgle coming back into play.
Is there a reason why you wouldn't lead with the Aldor Attendant before casting a Libram? Like, that buff stacks, right? That would just be the same amount of mana available. You get extra body.
I can't think of this one through here for Homemaster at the moment. I think maybe the big thing is just to have that card available for another buff future, because sometimes you don't want to risk sort of just losing it all onto those one extra minions, even though you would get it back. But that's
true. I mean, like, your deck is very adept at generating buff cards, but you do always need to have, you know, bodies to slap them on, and the Aldor Attendant is just way more efficient than trying to use your reinforced hero power. Generally avoid doing that when possible in this archetype. So, you know, it's still a pretty acceptable sort of setup for Homemaster. Seems to have dealt with maybe the best that Corbett has to offer, but these last few cards, trying to make them go the distance as the Hunter desperately trying to wreak back some control of the pace in this matchup.
What we can see here now does get, of course, that Trampling Rhino back onto the board. He gets a little bit of extra damage out. The Guardian Augmentation is being buffed up by the Endurable Infestation, but with it all being said and done, Homemaster has the answers right off the back here. You can see quite happily he's going to use that Libram or the Overdue Justice there just to whack away the Master Cub. Does have the Outdoor Truth Seeker available, and that will actually trade out against the Rhino if he does decide to go for the shot there. And a buffed up Carrier Warhorse just chilling out for the time being as well. So looking to be back in control of it. We do have an Intrepid Initiate up in play here, some aim shot. Just looking at what's available for Corbett here, I just don't think he has enough petrol to go the distance.
No, I mean, Homemaster still on 24 life is an absurdly high life total for this late in the game for a Hunter deck that really ideally would have ended the game by now. And even if you don't look at these life totals, if you compare the available cards in hand, the firepower for Homemaster is absurd. Compared to that, the Corbett Master, we got a bunch of 1-drops in hand. Already the board state looks dire, and we haven't actually seen the hammer drop yet. That's probably next turn, right? We have Varian, King of Stormwind available. We have McGurgle Prime available. We just cast a 4-cost Libram of Hope very casually. From here, I feel like the Hunter deck's 1% to win, if that. It's almost impossible to imagine a scenario. And Homemaster, I mean, the bans, whatever gambit Corbett was playing for here, I guess we'll have to see it evolve over a series of games, but I imagine that this exact matchup was not the ideal start.
Yeah, definitely not the case here. I mean, overall, here comes the King. He is dropped down. I mean, that is a beautiful animation, I must admit, on that card. I do love it from time to time, but of course, he's going to be there, has the rush, has that Divine Shield, is just going to happily deal with that Trampling Rhino. Now, any real major threat seems to be off the board here now from Corbett as well. As you can see, it's just going to very easily take that turnaround here. A Guardian Augmentation, not going to go the distance at all. You really would just be hoping for a Death Wing at this point, just to come in and clean up everything, but even that's probably got an answer here for Homemaster at this point. He's going to, of course, just throw out that Guardian Augmentation just to sort of buff up this Initiate to give him that shield. That does mean, of course, he can use it to either clear away the minions or Ghost to the face, so a lot of different things happening here. Does have what seems to be that aim shot coming out as well, so it's going to have a little bit more extra oomph to that. So, I mean, Corbett's still just playing this out now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you always try to play it out, right? There's no, as we said before, especially in the champion stage, these players are here to play I guess, whatever emotional agony of playing out a few more turns of a losing match is worth it, just in case something drastically goes wrong or goes right for you. But, within the realms of normal Hearthstone, there is almost no way for Homemaster to lose. Corbett plays his final card, is a 1/1 Martial Cup. Very fitting. Going to be oh so efficiently mopped up by this Playmaster Samuro. Still not even playing the real heavy hitters. And finally, Corbett is just like, all right, enough of this. Enough of this. If you're not going to kill me, I know what I mean. I'm going to concede. And that is a decisive first blow in the matchup for Homemaster.
Yeah, and again, this was expected. We know this happens with this particular archetypes here. When it was the Hunter going as the Paladin, I don't think Corbett's too surprised that this was going to be the scenario. Maybe he was kind of hoping for at least a little bit of a better start against it. That's the big clear thing here. Of course, it just seemed to be a very dominating performance here coming out of Homemaster. And again, seems to be very well practiced on this Paladin deck as well. As I mentioned, was able to clinch it out with this deck just against Chris 69 prior. So you can tell this is something that these players are very comfortable on when they are putting into the mix. But of course, that means that Paladin is now no longer going to be available for Homemaster. Has to now finish this off with the Rogue, with the Warlock. Colbert now has the opportunity to still have those 3 decks in hand here and can swap things around. I'm going to be interested to see if he's going to stick with the Hunter or go for one of the other options available. And it seems it's probably going to be that Hunter once again, because of course it does have a pretty good curve against most decks.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of like a good place to start, right? The Face Hunter has decent matchups against everything. Even in that matchup, right, which we were just harping on, it's 50-50 basically, as close as you can get. It's just, again, the start that we identified was such a high roll start from the Paladin deck, such a great opening, and also, slightly Homemaster specific construction of the archetype to give himself the best chance of getting on the board early, just seizing that advantage, completely flipped expectations and really beat the Hunter deck before the game almost begun. We'll have to see whether the same thing's possible here, right? Because this Rogue deck, this is not the Garrot Rogue deck that we've seen a lot of. This isn't even the Poison Rogue deck deck we saw last week. This is the Quest Rogue, all the SI7 cards. This is a much slower Rogue deck built around generating like card advantage, playing a lot of removal, having some cool tempo combo plays. But I'm interested to see how this weighs up against the Hunter deck, because the funny thing, right, about a deck like that Paladin cruising through to win in the first game is that it's not so much the lineup strategy and ban strategy isn't so much about making it so that one of your decks is really likely to win. You have to make it so that one of your opponent's decks is really unlikely to win. So, okay, the Paladin's through. Now we have to figure out, is there a deck that the Rogue deck can beat? Is there a deck that the remaining deck, the Warlock, can beat for Home Master? And, you know, can we somehow create an unwinnable matchup for Corbett? I don't think it's going to be the Phase Hunter list. I feel like that's going to be the one that is most likely to win, and that's probably why we're seeing it come out first.
Well, very quick plays for both of them, as well as they are making their move along the map. We can see that there's going to be that idea of good old Home Master down to 26 health points already. Corbett using that Intrepid Initiate right off the bat here. Probably one of the best curves that you can ask for in the Face Hunters, to actually pull that one through and then get that spell burst. So probably very happy with that scenario. There does have a 3 for Kolok on the back there, and of course it does have what's going to be the Ram following directly afterwards. So a few little bit of benefits here for Corbett right off the start here, but of course Home Master not out of it just yet. Still has the quest line to work through. Does have, you know, a number of S7 agents to play in this scenario here, and is also going to do a bit of an extort at the same time as well, just to really put some extra damage out there.
Yeah, getting through that quest line early on, which is good, but going to take a lot of damage here, and that's going to be a problem, right? Because these next few turns for Corbett, this is, I don't know if it's like optimal in every situation, but as far as like guaranteed pushing face damage, this is one of the best possible lines, right? We have double Warsong Wrangler, and we've already got one of the Trampling Rhinos in hand. So I guess that means that you can't discover back-to-back Trampling Rhinos, but you have every chance to discover a second Rhino and then buff both of the ones in hand, ready to push a ton of what is essentially charge damage as soon as your opponent has an eligible minion. But Corbett's weighing this one up, discovers a Rhino on the first trigger, trying to think whether or not it might be better to have a one-drop minion buff, especially the Walpertinger, which benefits so much from this, summoning a buffed copy, and have that sequence next turn alongside your other Warsong Wrangler. Or, you know, if you do that, is it worth the risk that you won't discover a Rhino with your other Wrangler next turn, which would cost you a bit of damage going forward?
The other thing to take into account here, there's already a Trampling Rhino in hand here for Corbett as well. So you can see it really is something that needs to be thought through as well in terms of what that choice is going to be. Time is starting to run out here, so needs to pick something soon if he really wants to have a play here. But there's a lot of value there in those choices, and it will be another Trampling Rhino.
Actually, yeah, I should correct myself. I guess there are only those two eligible beasts in the deck with this build. I can't see any other beasts available for Corbett. So it's actually built the deck in such a way that there's absolutely no chance of missing on the Rhino pick. So maybe just figuring out, do I take the Walpertinger just in case, like in the case that I am forced to make a different play next turn, what is more important to have secured in hand, and does decide that it's more important to have those explosive burst damage turns out of the Rhinos going forward, which is a pretty smart idea based on how this Quest Rogue deck likes to play, right? The only question is, will you get offered a minion that you can actually rush them into?
That's
the annoying part as well. I mean, there seems to be the offering. There is going to be a 7/7 minion though, so I don't think you're going to be rushing into that one at any chance to get. But the other thing we can take into account here, of course, that Skulker is going to be sitting back there, but being stealth is a bit of an advantage here. And maybe this is where, you know, the thought process starts kicking for Corbett. Maybe that Walpertinger is looking pretty good now, considering that most of these minions are either A, are too strong to actually get that excess damage out, or B, maybe I won't actually have an opportunity to get that attack off because they will be stealthed in some form or way. And that is just generally the archetype of how the rogues seem to work here. But as we can see, it will be a buff Walpertinger coming down anyway. And that does mean that we do have a relatively wide board here that Home Master needs to deal with.
Yeah, in the end, that was the line that was always planned. It was just a question of whether or not something's going to happen to make that not worthwhile. In the end, the 7/7 doesn't really change the mass. It's scary, but it doesn't change the goal for Corbett, which is to push damage to face. That 7/7, it can only really afford to kill one of your minions at a time. You don't think it can really afford to ever hit the face at this point. There's just not, I don't think there's enough ways to force damage quit at this point in the game, this early on from Homemaster. Really wants to control the board until the late game. And then if not, you know, pull off a true OTK like we've seen from some of these other decks, that's where you start to weigh in with Wicked Stab, or you start to just have a huge face hit, you know, sort of 2-turn lethal. You can see the Noggin Fog Generator in hand. You can hit for 7, re-stealth my minion, hit for 7 sort of thing. That's what this deck's trying to do. A lot more just fundamental Hearthstone. But now we've realized that it's more important to commit resources to controlling the board, and we're actually still pressuring face with the 7/7, recognizing that there's not really a good trade. You don't want to reduce its health so that it could be trampled over by the Rhino or Piercing Shot. So yeah, just trying to set up a 2 or 3 turn lethal.
We can see here though, we do have enough buffed Warpatinga there on the side here. We do have the Baraka Kodabane, which seems to be the next play here for Corbett. We'll drop that down, and we'll have a few 1/1s to drop directly afterwards. Also has the Arcane Anomaly, so a few options here for Corbett at this moment in time. But even though, you know, those lethals might be available here now for this Informant, or perhaps a Homemaster coming on up here, at least this moment in time, Corbett can still push that damage, and it is going to be require a few more turns of setup before he can actually get that lethal out, I reckon.
Yeah, really delicate turn here for Corbett, even though it looks strong, right? Like Homemaster, yeah, okay, there's a scary stealth minion on board, but it's not going to kill you next turn. Only 1 card in hand. You kind of sense the rogue deck is on the ropes, but you do need to close out very soon, and you don't know, like, is the right time to put your Rhino on the board, even though you can't push face damage with it this turn? You know, if it gets returned to hand, for instance, by that Fizz Flash Distractor we saw played on the Warpatinga, that's really brutal. So decides to go with Baraka Kodabane instead. Again, trying to set up a 2-turn, 3-turn lethal that's as reliable as possible. Just removing possible outs from a Homemaster by drawing into all of that damage, spell-based damage that the rogue deck is hard-pressed to counter. I don't know if that's the ideal draw either. Really, really needs an SI card to complete this quest. And there we go, SI7 Agent.
Seems to be the thought process now, like you said, to drop it down. Does have the combo as well to do a little bit of extra damage if needed, but there's a few cards there on hand here. The Arcane Anomaly, of course, is going to get a little bit extra bonus every single time you cast a spell. Foxy Fighter is going to come down. He's going to be using as much of the combo as possible as well, so it looks like it's going to be there. He's going to do that 2 damage straight to the face here.
Oh, we're racing.
Says, you know what? It's a race.
Okay. But unfortunately, because we had to trade back in there and because we drew an expensive card, there's no way to play Spymaster Scabs. That would have been very important. But regardless, it does create a great... If Corbett can't find lethal this turn, I mean, there's 6 damage, 8 with the hero power, the Rhino, how much damage can go in? It looks like it's enough. We've got a lot of spells as well. Yeah, the buff, the damage from that aim shot is so insane.
Yeah, another quick shot comes through here as well. As you can see, he's going to throw that in. He's got 3. Yep, he's got more than enough to make this one. And this is, you know, it was close, very close there for Homemaster to actually make something out of it. But of course, the Face Hunter does what the Face Hunter needs to do, which is go to the face just that little bit faster. And it does mean we're going to have a 1-for-1 win apiece for both of these players now. So that does mean, of course, that Corbett will no longer have access to the Hunter here, which is, you know, probably ideally what was needed to be on the play beforehand. Looking what's going to be available now on that list for Corbett, he still has the Quest Rogue, still has the Demon Hunter as well. So now things get a little bit more interesting because it is going to be a Warlock and Rogue up against a Demon Hunter and Rogue. You guess you can sort of look at the Demon Hunter and the Warlock being a little bit similar in the sense that they're, of course, going to be using those good old demons.
Yeah, exactly. They're somewhat akin, although they have, I think, different outlooks on
very different playstyles.
Based on the... I don't know if they'd appreciate you lumping them in together like that.
I'm sure they'd be okay with
in terms of matchup, though, right? Like, that was pretty expected. It was expected that the Libram Paladin beat the Hunter. It was expected that the Hunter beat the Quest Rogue. This is the kind of the chess match we've got going on, right? It's no accident that we keep seeing sort of matches go to the 4th game or the 5th game today. With this format, with this many bans and picks, I think it's just sort of very natural to see players trading wins because you're just going to have some dodgy matchups that are hard to avoid. But now the real thing is, like, how many more decks can Corbett win with? Because you start to see some pretty favorable matchups emerging. That Quest Rogue, not that great against the Face Hunter, but pretty solid against the remaining options. We're going to see instead, though, these 2 classes clash, and this is Quest Hand Warlock specifically. I think all of the remaining decks for Homemaster are at least favored somewhat against this Demon Hunter list. So need some pretty exemplary play coming out from Corbett to get the win here.
Well, we do see Ilganov get traded away here, so we do know there's an OTK option available for Corbett at some point in time. Does get the Skull of Gul'dan, does do a bit of a mulligan as well, but looking at everything that's in hand here, and it's probably just, you know, Corbett saying, yeah, I need a few more cards before I can really do anything at this moment in time. Homemaster, though, on the flip side of this is looking through. He's going to play that Demon Seed as per normal here, and the taps will be starting relatively soon after that.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Il'gynoth's always going to be an option, right? But it's definitely not the kind of card that you want in the early game. Instead, what we need to do is just try and accelerate towards our combo plan, and that's kind of the last card you want to draw. It's all about efficiency here, like a non-board-based race. Although I guess if Homemaster wants, and if you draw the right cards, you could choose to force the tempo a lot earlier, and I think that's why this is, you know, sort of flipped on what we saw in the first couple of series. This is where the Quest Hand Warlock specifically has the advantage over the version that doesn't play these huge discountable minions.
Well, hero powers seems to be abounding at this moment in time as well. Does mean that combat does get a little bit of extra damage out there, 23 to 30, but most Warlocks are pretty happy in the scenario here. I think the only big issue here for Homemaster that might be a problem is, of course, if combat chooses not to play any minions, I wouldn't have an ability to steal off. As I say that, though, the Fell Gorger is going down here. We'll get an I-Beam in response to that as well. And this game is going to go on, and I think we won't be seeing any real action here probably until around that turn 7. That's when things really begin to heat up for both of these decks.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously, both of them, we've seen players build in such a way with these decks that they try and turn that clock up a little bit, or at least have a bit more flexibility, because otherwise that's kind of the most obvious angle to exploit them on. And this is one way to go faster, right? Like the Quest Warlock is trying to go faster in terms of completing the quest, but not much is faster than managing to completely discount your Dreadlord there, Anatheron, and force a response out of Corbett. Now, obviously, you would expect this deck to be able to punch back, but you also have to deal with the fact that a Cult Neophyte trigger is active on you right now. It's going to make things kind of tricky to sequence here.
And again, this technical card is just providing a lot of value off the back there, but there is a response, of course, to deal with. All of those there will be the Fellscream Blast there with the effect of that Mo'arg Artificia. Just a few spells off the back here, and things go back to relatively normally there. Homemaster now back on turn here will have a 0 mana life tap down to 13 HP. Hasn't started using any of those real spells that actually generate that life steal for the time being. Is actually going to use the Soul Rend here, I believe, actually, to float this out for the time being. Yep, we'll use that Soul Rend to just clear away the board. Is going to lose 3 of the cards there in deck there, but of course, it's not too concerned in this scenario here, and of course, it's just going to look to coin out perhaps one extra card here, another Cult Neophyte to once again disrupt Colbert's next turn.
Yeah, it seems like both players really understand their relative roles in the matchup. To us, it looks like 2 OTK decks going at it, or close to, but it's clearly a Homemaster who is pressured to be the aggressor here, and you can kind of see that, right? Like, not only aggressively life tapping, drawing cards, because that's how the deck always operates, but throwing out that early Soul Rend just so that you have the tempo lead again, that any large minions you deploy are forcing fresh responses out of Corbett. Don't let Corbett use the resource effectively of the minions that were previously deployed to help clear board. Just again, force inefficient use of resources. That Cult Acolyte doing some more there. Cult Neophyte, sorry. And now it'll be interesting because can we sustain the momentum? We still haven't quite gotten these minions fully discounted yet. The Flesh Giants still cost 5, which is pretty hefty for what you expect. We're not quite at the point where our, Baron Scavengers are super cheap either, but we are going to be able to at least deploy 1 8/8 onto the board and see what Corbett has in response.
Well, it's going to get a Fury basically off that top deck as well, and the Il'gynoth as well. So most of the pieces of the puzzles there, you'd want to have another Artificia available to really get that OTK combo into play here, and of course a little bit of extra mana to make it work. The Skull of Gul'dan is, sitting there in the Outcast as well, which means it should be able to get something out of it. I mean, should be able to reduce that cost there by 3, so something is a possibility there for Corbett, but for the time being, it's just going to continue to think through this next set of the sequence there. Has got an Immolation Aura as well, the I-Beam.
I like this.
There we go. Here comes the Skull of Gul'dan.
Yeah, I mean, I think Corbett just saw, drawing Il'gynoth, that's the real thing that's hard to control, because even a deck with this much draw power, leaning on finding a single specific legendary, it's not 100% reliable, right? But now that you've found the Il'gynoth and Homemaster's on such a low life total right now, you sort of say, okay, I'm not really afraid of dying because you haven't been able to pressure me with these, you haven't been able to really deploy your discounted minions as fast as you'd like. And so I'm in a position where you're so much lower than me in your attempt to force the pace of the match that I can afford to take a hit from you for a turn. As long as you don't heal, I know I have lethal. And this is just going to be it. This is a matchup that's decidedly unfavored for the Demon Hunter deck. I guess it's only slightly unfavored, but it's still a losing matchup technically for a deck that normally likes this kind of gameplay and can have some really scary draws in terms of what the Warlock can deploy, but it just hasn't come together right for Homemaster, and everything seems to be coming together for Corbett all of a sudden.
You can see Corvette's really beginning to actually call us out and say, you know what, I think I've got enough here. Just counting, making sure the manas that you can see, just holding those down at the same time. Yeah. Looks like he will be able to use everything in bowl there. Has that Fury again available just to go for a buff and just go straight to the face here as well. No taunt minions to stop Corvette's main class. You know, just jumping in there as well. And that will be another win here for Corbett. Nice quick pick off here again. Just able to catch him really with the pants down. You know, typically the Demon Hunter doesn't have the gas to make it work there. But when your opponent has opened themselves up to that level of chip damage and hasn't had that opportunity yet to replenish the HP with all the abilities in hand there, really just found a nice quick, really at this point, timing attack, I felt, to jump in at that moment in time and hit within that turn.
Yeah, just again, the ability to not only recognize what your default role is in the matchup, but kind of adjust on the fly based on relative draws there, right? It's not every game that you draw Il'gynoth and those spell boost minions all at once and that you get your Fury into hand like you did to have that damage that early. It's also not every game that your opponent like stumbles on finding their lifesteal tools and their pressure and sort of just ends up throwing too many soul rends and other really defensively minded cards that aren't great in the matchup on the Warlock side, but kind of spotted that window to go for it and went. And so now Corbett's in a really nice spot. You do still have to win with this Rogue deck, but it's a lot easier, I believe, to win with this Rogue deck than it was with the Demon Hunter. You just have to sort of take a quick waltz through Garrote Rogue's matchups.
Well, it is going to be, again, Garrote versus Quest, so it's going to be interesting to see how this mirror works. Not really a straight mirror in the sense of things. I guess if they were to look at each other directly, one would be a little bit wonk to the side. I imagine walking through a fun house in a in a carnival would be sort of the set that you'd be getting here from this mirror. But needless to say, it's still two rogues there. One's a gnome, one's a blood elf. I reckon that's similar enough, don't you think, Bard?
This is closer to a mirror than most of the games we've seen today, right? They're going about it in different ways, but apart from Homemaster caring slightly more about attacking with minions at some point, they are both slow rogue decks that are looking to control the game early while accomplishing a secondary objective, whether that's solving a quest line for Homemaster or sculpting a set of cards in hand for Corbett and emptying the deck out, and then they're going to try and blow you up basically over 1 or 2 turns of just like tempo that you just face damage you can't keep up with. But the thing to note here is that having that Demon Hunter, I think that was the critical win for Corbett. That was going to be the hardest one to achieve, just scoping us out. Obviously tech cards and individual player skill can really turn these statistics around, but just judging by how the decks line up, this Rogue deck has a favorable matchup in the mirror. This Garrote Rogue is slightly favored against the Quest Rogue, significantly favored against the Quest Hand Warlock. We'll have to see how this works out, but depending on the draws, right? If the Warlock deck doesn't have a much faster game that we just saw, even if Homemaster wins this one, it could be a tough ask.
Well, as you can see right off the bat there, Homemaster looking pretty strong off that starting line. Has got 2 operatives out on the board there already. They're going to be 2/2/4s there. You can see Corbett chose to actually use a bit more card draw in this early stages of the game, so has a bit more of an arsenal to start putting into effect here. He's going to start discounting those cards. As you can see there, did get a Secret Passage and another Price Plunderer as well, so already beginning to draw out that deck, because of course, as we know with the Garrote Rogue, it's trying to really just get rid of most of its cards and then reshuffle those Garrotes in and then find them towards the later stages of the game to clear out your opponent. That being said, though, you do need to still survive what's going to be the onslaught coming forward here, and these minions definitely will be making it tough for Corbett to make his way through.
Yeah, it's just another one of these decks sort of plays similar to a lot of the other ones we've seen so far that some players really prefer, whether it's because of just the nature of combo gameplay, or whether it's because the consistency that you kind of gain from getting to see a bunch of cards out of your deck. The idea that your game plan is just mostly to draw cards and survive is an appealing one for a lot of players. It's often easier than trying to find a lethal by a specific turn. But The Garrote Rogue, it's been definitely a fringe choice, even more so than like the Lifesteal Demon Hunter, right? Some players really love it. Statistically, it doesn't look tremendous, and you're sort of just relying on the fact that you draw well and can kind of outplay people. Home Master being the first one to go for a secret passage here, feeling the pressure actually on board.
We'll get the combo out from the S1 agent, or so the S17 agent. As you can see, there is going to get a little bit of extra damage out. Is also going to bring it back with the Shadow Step, and then continues to use this to combo out and clear away the rest of the board here as well. That will, of course, prop the quest line as it needs to be, and that means that we do find out who's going to be the trader here. Needs to get that next set going. Has the hidden Gyro Blade now in hand, and obviously wants to get that Spire Master Scabs next.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see how this quest rogue has the potential to kind of explode and get a really valuable turn going off of that secret passage. Obviously, for the Garrote Rogue, we see it saved a lot more often for the late game. Sometimes it's played as an emergency card earlier on, but it's usually a bit in desperation more so than it being a strong play. But we saw it sort of just used for tempo there in the mid game, just quickly advance the quest, throw a bunch of cards out, and then still leave ourselves with a stocked hand for later on. Now it's kind of a difficult position back the other way for Corbett. Still has a lot of cards in hand, has a lot of tools available, but which ones can you afford to deploy now? Which ones do you need to save for later on? When is the right time to pull the trigger on this field contact?
Well, it seems to be the pen Flinger that's going to be coming out here, so that's going to be jumping into this. It was also going to use that Swindle at the same time and just continue, obviously, to bring back that combination of what is going to be the pen Flinger every time you do play that card and then follow on through. We can see the Secret Passage is actually going to come out now, so he's actually going to use a bit of that mana up before popping into play, which is what I found to be a bit interesting here. Finds the Garrote, finds, of course, the Brain Freeze, the Guardian Augmentation, a Shadow Step. Probably not ideally what you'd actually want to have coming into this, but as you can see here, we'll use the Guardian Augmentation just to actually get that initial kill off the back here, so a different way.
Out kind of.
You can't Divine Shield something that's already dead here, and as you can see, he's going to bring back another Efficient Octobot, so some interesting plays off the board.
Yeah, I mean, Hidden Passage is such an incredibly interesting card, right? Like, there's so many things that can be used to do. As we see here, going to actually, get to recur the Octobot, puts the other cards back in the deck, gets a board clear. I think it's just important, the idea that you're getting a board clear and you're conserving your resources. You really only need the one Secret Passage to make the actual Garrote kill work in the end game. Sometimes players do it with no Secret Passages. So for me, it's mostly about the risk if you're not sure what plays are going to be available. But Corbett, with that much mana available, confident that a clear would be found, manages to find it and preserve the chance to, re-trigger that Octobot. So important to the game plan.
Absolutely, because you can see that a number of the cards are down to 0 at the moment, but not all of them. It can, of course, continue to discount that field contact, so that can be a massive draw coming into this later bit here. And, of course, has the ability to get some more value out of the rest of the cards that can be discounted here. It does have another Secret Passage also in hand, so you can really use it as well. The Blackwater Cutlass is there as well, but Home Master has triggered the quest there. The final one has come into play. Does have that Spy Master as well, and things looking pretty good for Home Master at this point on 29 HP, 2 minion stealth, just chilling out as well. Corbett's thinking about possibly putting out that field contact, but can obviously make things a little bit more efficient at the same time as well.
Yeah, I mean, you can never get too comfortable against the Garrote Rogue, right? You got to be fully aware of how close they are to the lethal, but there's still 12 cards left in deck for Corbett, and this time we're going to go for that field contact turn. I kind of thought we were going to see this last turn instead. We went for that Secret Passage play, and the thing about that is you did empty a couple of cards out of your deck, right? By drawing some of those cards to the passage and then playing them before the turn ends. You are sort of roundabouts helping to empty your deck. Might go for a similar play again with this Secret Passage, just to reset the spell flinkers who run out of spells in hand that we want to actually utilize for that. But yeah, they're a very awkward sequence of cards, just desperately trying to set up the Garrote even next turn if it's somehow possible, because we're understanding that we're starting to get to the point where Home Master is going to be really threatening life totals. If not next turn, definitely the turn after.
Yeah, Corbett needs to move quickly as well. Perhaps, those animations from everything that was used are probably not the most effective there. As you can see, we'll get something out here in the end there. A lot of cards being played in sequence here. I think he might have been able to hit the marker just beforehand as well and actually get most of it out in succession before it ended there on
It's
the
still
wire.
going. Okay. It's just the Secret Passage resolving. Look at that hand as well, stacked.
Yeah, looking pretty good there, and definitely still relatively healthy enough to get it out in that next turn as well. So bet looking pretty good and pretty strong for the next turns that could come out here. But Home Master does have a lot as well. I mean, you can see that Spy Master is available. Here comes the Extortion just to get rid of that critical field contact as well, as we have unlocked the Spy Master here as well. We'll get a bunch of gizmos as well. This is a real strength of everything here, as you can see, is actually just beginning to pull everything and buff it right on up. And this is definitely going to be a dire moment, probably not this turn, but the next turn here for Home Master.
Yeah, 28 damage is so much damage to deal. Granted, we are down to 4 cards in deck, which, to that heroic effort from Corbett, is the kind of territory you need to be in for the Garrote Rogue. My only question is, can you sort of navigate not only setting up the combo, but kind of creating space in hand, right? His hand is completely full. We're going to overdraw here, miss a 1 Thief, which is probably for the best. And now we've got to go off this turn, 430 damage. Definitely within the realm of possibility for the deck, you would think. But, you know that this has to be it.
Well, it's going to be started off with a deficient Octobot, because, there's still a few cards there that haven't been discounted just yet. The Prize Plunder, of course, is going to be free. He does have that second field contact here, so he's going to look to draw off the rest of everything here now. Here comes the next place here. Is going to be the Ethereal Augmentation directly afterwards as well. I believe just to continue buffing everything up here, give you a bit of spell power as well, which is going to, of course, make those Garrotes just a little bit better and a little bit stronger in terms of things here. Here comes a Brain Freeze as well. It's just really a matter of him now just putting all of those cards out and really going for that damage right here, right now.
Yeah, this is looking really good. He managed to find that sort of opening sequence without spending too much mana, but now we're getting quite low. And the thing is, we've used up most of the ways to continue discounting. We only were able to discount a single copy of Garrote, which is not going to be enough, right? We have to do so much damage here. So now we're trying to figure out how can we most efficiently cast multiple damage spells to close out the game. We're timing out as well. Prep Garrote for the first one. That was the undiscounted copy. We're shuffle back some bleeds. We're going to get to fire off one more Augmentation, but we're out of time.
Well, this might be the thing, though, that he might be out of time, but he could have played the cards, and here comes the buffer here as well. The bleeds are being shuffled in, but the question is, is he going to be able to survive through that next turn to actually force them out?
Yeah, I mean, it was no question of, did you get the spells off, but there was no way it looked like in the end to actually make lethal happen that turn, and now we see all of those stealth attacks come home. That was exactly what you would expect. Just immediate, swift execution. The Garrote deck a turn too slow in the end. Just some slightly awkward mid-game draws. Tried to bail out with the X factor of the hidden passageways, but it wasn't enough. And Home Master is the one who's able to run it back in a slightly difficult matchup there. So that's a big one. But now an even tougher hill to climb here. Can the Quest Hand Warlock overcome this Garrote Rogue?
I mean, you said it before as well, but it is a heavily favored matchup for the Garrote Rogue, so really does have the work cut out for the Mercenary.
This is where the Hand Warlock part of the deck is. It's actually another matchup where you really want that early Flesh Golem play, right? Because this Rogue deck, this is even more so than we talked about with the Demon Hunter stuff, or the Warlock. Those decks have at least got tools for clearing large minions. This is more akin to, I mean, like, even more so than the Quest Mage, right? Like, they just really do. The Rogue deck does not appreciate having to spend cards like Brain Freeze even in the early game to deal with large minions. So if you can put those threats on the board early and often, it will quickly overwhelm Corbett. But if you don't have them, there's not really a way to race past a certain point. The Garrote deck can very comfortably set up an OTK here. And especially if you draw too many cards, like we saw the Baron's Protector get shuffled back in there, that's because I don't think you can really rely on getting through your deck fast enough. Because, of course, those Soul Rends are not likely to hit a lot of minions. Sometimes the Garrote Rogue deck fills the board up with sort of utility one-drops, but I feel like Corbett's going to be sort of conscious of how that can cost you here. So the fact that we see a Bloodshot Bristleback in hand isn't ideal, but Flesh Giant and an Atheron are a good start.
Well, things definitely coming down to the wire here now in this round 3 of the upper bracket, finals. Really, this is the playoffs coming across here, just pushing everything across. These players are getting this down to the wire, and you do want to be the member pushing forward. You have such a strong advantage if you do manage to make your way into the finals here of the upper bracket, being able needing to win once in the finals. I mean, typically that's normally what happens anyway, but you do get a second chance, a second life if you do manage to, as a reward for winning your way through. As you mentioned here, though, things looking pretty good for Golbear right off the start. He already has some discounted cards into hand. He's got a field contact as well to start drawing out those initial cards if necessary, and has used the one thief as well to generate a few extra spells at the start here. Font of Power, Apex's Blast, and Primordial Studies are the choice here, and it looks like it will be a discounted Primordial Studies off the bat.
Yeah, obviously that prep was always intended to combo with the Shroud of Concealment, but I do like the sequencing to play out the one thief. First of all, clearing some space in hand, maybe you rip some incredible mage spell that you want to cast at a discount instead. At least you want that information first, but does pull the trigger on the Shroud of Concealment. The problem is, I feel like you really wanted to find an Octobot there. Instead, double Ethereal Org Merchant. It's just a bit early in the game to have these cards. So this is where you see the Corrupt deck run into trouble. It's not even so much that it can't draw cards. It's when you draw the wrong cards, because you can't really afford to play these important resources. You need them later on. But you also can't afford to not play them for the very reason, at least, that your hand fills up. This is where you start to see like sort of desperation secret passages get fired off, just to sort of see some more cards that might be playable. And I guess maybe seeing the Anatheron, I mean, it's not usually ideal this early, but you're almost happy just to see something that's worth burning some cards on to free up the hand space, I might imagine, as Corvette.
Well, you can see it is going to be that Blood Mage Thanos coming down here as well, along with the Brain Freezes as well. So like you said, just looking to actually get a little bit of that extra bonuses out, as we mentioned before. It's going to freeze a minion, deal that 4 damage at the same time. So it's obviously going to be a way to deal with that Anathrom. And you think, Homemaster's probably pretty happy with that. It's been able to tap pretty effectively. Of course, progressing that line there. Thought, getting this Anathrom's out is really nice here, but obviously doesn't see what Corvette's got drawn behind that hand there, doesn't realize what might come out, and is perhaps providing with a little bit of a favor by giving him a target to start with. Ooh, that's dirty.
Yeah, I mean, Homemaster, I agree, you can't necessarily see what's going on in Corvette's hand. I think the fact that the Anathron was just frozen, not killed, means things are either very good for you or very bad, and now you're thinking very, very good. Like, this is almost the ideal, right? On both sides of the board, even if Homemaster doesn't know it yet. Like, not only are you rapidly discounting these Flesh Golems, going to have 2 8/8s flopping out on the board very soon. You've already got this Anatheron that they're clearly struggling to answer, so you know there's going to be nothing going to deal with those Golems, most likely. But even then, Corvette is like, got the world's most awkward hand, and now you've made it even more awkward with that Cult Neophyte. This is, I guess there's time to remind it, even if matchup's like 60%, right? Which for most decks, and most tier decks, if you have a 60% winning matchup, you consider that to be quite strong. That's still only slightly better than a coin flip, right? You can easily have a lot of scenarios which play out in the favor of the supposed underdog, and this is one of them. This is definitely Homemaster's match to lose at this point.
Another happy guilty.
Where is my Octobody
say? Trading everything away at this moment in time. Does trade away that Blackwater Cutlass as well. Is looking for combinations here. I mean, should have the tools now to at least deal with an Anatheron, but is just quite happily just trading away at this moment in time. Gets here a pen flinger here as well. Looks like he's going to have to trade the one thief into this initial play here, and then obviously use the Guardian Org Motion in return and actually destroy it. And you can tell things looking like there might be a little just rough here. I mean, the turns don't seem to be the most well played out here. There's 2 Guardian Org Motions that have been used now. Typically, you want them on the Octobots, and that might be signaling to Homemaster right now. He's not getting those Octobots. He must be missing out on what he really wants at this moment.
Oh, Homemaster must be struggling to contain enthusiasm right now. Like, that shows you how rough your opponent has to have a really specific, really bad hand for that to be the line, right? Because your Guardian Org Merchants have to have nothing better to do, and you have to have nothing better to clear those cards with. As you said, you'd much rather use them on the Octobot, or at least have a field contact to draw cards, something going on, and just nothing has been available. Now, granted, at least that pressure is removed, but I think the reason we saw Corvette so aggressively trading and trying to dig through the deck, one reason is that you sort of just assume that you can handle your opponent's minions with these cheap cards that you have, these very efficient ways to deal ping damage. But the other reason is that it's not good enough to just clear the board, right? That there is only more giant minion where that came from when it comes to the Quest Hand Warlock deck. So you have to be progressing your own game plan as you go for these clears, or it's just going to get worse for you over time. And unfortunately, we are having a really difficult job of progressing.
Well, another hand. Another lack of an Octobot being put into place here. We do have a Preparation, a Conjure Mana Biscuit. I mean, the Penfling is there. I mean, you're looking at this hand here. There's some tools there, but it's like having a hammer without a nail, or a hammer without an anvil, or a hammer without an object in between to hammer with your hammer and anvil, right? It just feels like you're lacking everything that you need to do as a blacksmith here, if you are a blacksmith in the sense of Corbett right now. And
yeah, if
you can't
rogues
create
were
your weapon,
blacksmiths in this theoretical
I mean,
universe.
yeah, I mean, of course, you have to just take this into account here. Now,
Yeah.
maybe my analogy might have been lacking a little bit of progress there in terms of what to put into it, but I think everyone gets the point here. You want to be able to hit something, and right now Corbett has no option to hit.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're saying this is unfortunate. This is like a PSA on why this Garrote Rogue deck isn't really considered like a true tier option. Oh my goodness. Speaking of hammers, this is the hammer coming down. Multiple giant discounted minions hitting the board, one after the other. Corbett draws this Blackwater Cutlass for what must be the 7th time this game alone. You're starting to hate this sword. I know it discounts your spells, but that's not really the problem that we're having right now. The problem is that, unfortunately, this deck is pretty redundant in most regards, but the one card that you can't do without is Efficient Octobot. There's just nothing else in the deck that provides that mass discounting. The mana advantage you generate is so significant, and there's only 2 of them. You build as many ways you can in your deck to draw them, to dig them out, right? We saw very early on the Shroud of Concealment getting played, other cards are being played. We've finally found one with less than 10 cards left in the deck after playing multiple specific minion digging spells. We've finally statistically found no other option but to draw an Octobot. At this point, though, you have to think it's too late.
Well, he's generated a mana biscuit at least to refresh some crystals
bad.
and see if he can get something out of it, but he's now beginning to run out of time. Here comes the Plunderer as well at the same time to at least start clearing everything away. Does get a Shadow Step as well at the same time, so you can see sequences need to be played here, right now. The Efficient Octobot finally comes down there. Looks like the Shadow Step will be pulled up onto that field contact as well. We'll at least be able to use these Penflingers to combo out a number of spells and damage here and get rid of one of these Flesh Giants, I believe. There it is coming down as well. Enough cards has been played, so he was able to deal with it, and obviously you don't want to be attacking that Flesh Giant in any sense of the imagination. And I don't see any Battle Masters here available for the time being, but oh wait, no, there is one there. There is a Battleground Battle Master chilling out here for the time being, so you can actually get 16 damage out right now if you wanted to.
Yeah, it's really brutal as well, like, especially because you play that, maybe it gets cleared away, but then you potentially even add the Battle Master battle to your Raised Dead pile. But never mind, we're just going to fire off the Raised Dead immediately. And, oh, okay, the Soul Ren coming out. I mean, that's respectable. You do have to respect the chance of lethal next turn, and yeah, we're just going to re-prepare our own lethal. I mean, unfortunately, the Quest Hand Warlock deck, not known for its like insane burst damage, right? If you don't have onboard lethal, you probably don't have lethal. So that's probably the best line of play compared to just trying to push a lot of face damage and then just dying. And it shows how much respect that Homemaster has for Corbett and the Garrote Rogue deck, that even after this difficult game, right, like your opponent is finally getting to the late game, but yeah, there's just not enough tools and not the right tools remaining. Even with 2 field contacts in hand to try and dig deeper in, the mana won't be there, and there's just no time left. So yeah, Corbett unable to get the Rogue deck through the gauntlet. I have to go back to the bans and feel like Homemaster got a huge advantage by getting that first the bans locked in, and the first win here with the Paladin deck, managed to ride it out.
Yeah, pretty crazy off that sense there. I mean, we were sitting there watching, I think it was turn 7 when finally the Octobot came through, and like you said, I think 7 times he received that damn Cutlass as well. So things just really not going the way of Corbett in that scenario, in that final bit there. You could tell was just digging and digging and digging, and never was able to actually strike gold, unfortunately, in this scenario. That being said, though, Bard, we are going to be moving to a break, following through with an interview directly afterwards, guys. So if you want to hear a little bit of thoughts from the players, please do not go anywhere.
Whoops. That's a bit worrying.
And welcome back to the Hearthstone Open here. Guys, we have been playing through all of the brackets here, and we finally have hit the point where really we get to decide who's going to be the finalist, the person that sits atop, that gets that little bit of an extra advantage before they do jump into it. Of course, they do need to play one more round to be the decider here, but that does mean that we do get to give you a little bit of some interviews, a little bit of insight at the same time. So guys, without any further ado, let me bring on my homie. Here is Homemaster, mate. How are you going today?
I am doing fantastic. My adrenaline's pretty high, I have to say. It's come down a little bit now, but yeah, doing pretty good. Pretty good. I'm happy.
Great, yeah. I mean, we would expect you to be happy, right? Has it been 3-3-2 victories? So, okay, I understand the adrenaline part now. Maximum number of games played, and you've been battling through, but you've now made it to day 2, so congratulations. I mean, I think the first question I want to ask you is if you could describe the philosophy behind your deck lineup, because I think you have one of the most unique lineups today, and you've run it all the way through the brackets, so there's got to be something there.
Yeah. So obviously in the first rounds with New South Wales tournament, I basically have just added the Quest Rogue to this. My thinking basically was they're all good decks, like they're all pretty good into everything. Uh, and then it just comes down to what the ban is depending on matchups. The Fell Demon Hunter is obviously good into aggro, but I tweaked it a bit with Zai to make it a bit better into those more value-based games. And the Quest Rogue, I just practiced. I practiced Quest Rogue so much this week just to get like that warrior matchup down, just to get those aggro matchups down, and it's paid off because I tell you, I beat aggro druid, I beat Quest Warrior, almost beat the Face Hunter, Corbet's Face Hunter, but kind of not quite there. So yeah, it's just decent decks that are good into the field, basically.
Yeah, it's definitely been working for you throughout this entire thing. So pretty, happy with your performance and everything's happening because of course we did get to interview you in the past, so it's been really good to see your face again and bring you back on. The other thing we like to ask with this here as well is like with that Secret Libra Paladin, so far from what I've seen, it seems to have been performing pretty well for you. I mean, have you had a clear run with that Secret Libra Paladin? Because to be honest, you're the only person we've got to see today in the tournament that's been running it. I think it has been run by others, but you're the ones that we've got actually seen piloting it. Has it been really successful, or have you actually struggled a little bit with it?
Actually, especially with New South Wales in that bracket, most people banned it, and it's just the strict pure Libram Paladin, not secrets. So I don't think I've played it as much as I could have, but definitely in this bracket I have, and it's a deck I've played all year because it's barely changed all year, so I know the deck. I know you just have to get the stats on, just pump them basically, pump all your buffs, pump the minions out. Basically, becomes overwhelming, and then you've got those great board clears, which you just keep going through. So yeah, I'm well practiced in that deck, and it rightfully gets banned quite a bit sometimes too. So.
Yeah, I mean, we've mostly seen people playing the secret Libram Paladin, but I mean, you definitely showed the strength of that deck. I think right at the start of the match we saw there, you were able to completely snatch the tempo away from the Face Hunter deck and just kind of roll over it with a deck that people wouldn't necessarily expect the match to go in that direction. And like you said, you also almost upset the Hunter with, again, the Quest Rogue, which people normally think of a bit of a slower acting deck. So part of me starts to, we look at these things often as matchups, right? Which deck beats which deck, and the banning and picking philosophy is around just kind of trying to set up more favorable matchups for you than your opponent. But do you see that as such a scissors paper rock thing, or are you just approaching every matchup holistically, like how does this deck beat my opponent's deck? I've always got a shot. I'm going to play to my outs.
Oh yeah, 100% playing to ads. That's why I mean, like I played Libram Pally so much, I played Quest Rogue so much this week, like insane. So it's just like knowing what you have to do, especially in those bad matchups. And like I was saying, like Quest Rogue's pretty decent into everything. Maybe loses a couple of percentage points to like Face Hunter exact. Maybe 55-45 kind of a thing. But it's just I've just like played so many of those games that I'm just like, okay, I know what I have to get down. I have to do it quickly. And that's this expansion in particular has just been so been so quick. It's just you have to be as efficient as possible. And I think I've tweaked my decks just to the point where I can just get it done.
Well, the preparation has absolutely paid off in this scenario here. And I do have one final question as well before I do let you go. Last week, I asked you, hey, would you join the tournament again? It was a resounding yes. This week, I want to ask you, if you could change one thing so far throughout this tournament, what would it actually be?
I guess advertise it to more people, maybe. I guess. I mean, I saw it through the Hearthstone client and immediately signed up. But I don't know. The more, the merrier, I guess.
Excellent with that. Well, thank you very much. We're going to send you back to your corner, my friend, there, and get into it. I know you have to prepare a lot. We do have D-Mutt waiting in the wings as well to interview as well. So thank you once again for your time, Home Master, and hopefully a lot of good luck as well going forward into the future.
All right. Thanks.
Alrighty, Bard. So that's one of our members down. We do have, I believe, D-Mutt waiting in the wings there. Let's check to see. I think I'm just waiting for the final confirmation. D-Mutt, are you ready to roll, my friend? Oh, are we here in the background there? So let's bring him up. D-Mutt, how are you going today?
I'm doing great. It's just been a good day all around. I mean, I've been looking at all the matches everyone else is playing and my ones, and they've all been close. I think it's been a great tournament.
Yeah, look, I'll actually make my first question about that. There's obviously other things we'd love to discuss. We watched some of your matches; they were electrifying, to say the least. But I think that's something we've seen so many very close matches, lots of 3-2s or at least 3-1s. Do you put that down to just the quality of the players? Obviously, it's very strong opposition today, or is it also the 4-deck format making it sort of harder to get a clean sweep?
I think having more decks means, you're probably a little less experienced sometimes, but I think the players have just been great as well. Like, a lot of the times, you're going into matches and sometimes, looking at the numbers, it might not be favorable, but people aren't worrying about that and they're able to just pull it out anyway. So I think it's definitely coming down to the skill of the players.
Mine was going to be a little bit more of a fun question off the back here. We got to watch you play up against JJ, and there was a very specific moment that we, felt a little bit of like, whoa, did that really just happen there? I believe there was a corruption on or a buff came through on a random member, the Relinquary of Souls Prime that came out, and it was a 10/10 untargetable, minion with taunt that was going up against a Warlock deck that primarily had removal with spells, direct spells. Now, when you saw this happen, Dima, what went through your mind?
I mean, that's just exactly what you want. When you're pulling out from, there's a lot of good minions, and I think, even the worst case, you just get a plain 10/10. That's going to be good, but that's the best case. I was like, and I saw that. I think I was just I was so relieved because I'm like, this makes this matchup a lot easier. But I mean, I knew it wasn't out. I was just checking on like what things can you do, and I knew the Bristlebacks were coming, and I was like, this is his only way. He's going to be able to take this down. So I was trying to find ways like, how can I buff it? How can I get it out of Bristleback range? But it definitely made it easier, and I think that was probably my highlight so far in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, look, we weren't sure what to expect from that matchup because that Quest Warlock deck, not the Quest Hand Warlock, but specifically that one running the Mythril Rod stuff, seems to have a very good matchup against slower decks. And we sort of try to equate your deck to Libram Paladin in a way because there's just not a lot of priest play to go off of. But you prove that deck cannot be just sort of put in a box because you have so many explosive combos, and I think it kind of stands apart from all these quest decks that have a very linear game plan. It almost seems like you are improvising based on what you can get to happen off those effects. You're not 100% in control, but like you said, there's not really a bad outcome, just a range of different good outcomes. Is that like just a style that you prefer? Do you think it gives you an edge? Is it hard sometimes to play like that?
Yeah, I mean, it can be tricky, especially if you're playing a bunch of games and, obviously today you get the right outcome, but sometimes you're playing games and you might just get the wrong one again and again. And I mean, it gets hard, but I think it's worth it when you hit those big ones. And I think it's, it makes it harder for people to play against as well because they don't know what's coming out most of the time. And when they say that, I'm sure they're a bit afraid.
Excellent stuff there. And again, it has been electrifying to watch. I really do like that priest deck coming into the mix of things here. It just makes it so much more interesting and gives us so much more variety. We do have one final question for you today. I believe you even got to hear it when I was asking it to Home Master. Have to ask it to yourself as well. If you could change one thing in this tournament so far, what would it be?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Home Master had a good response. I think it would be cool to have just, more people seeing it. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think trying to just get it out more and stuff, more people in, and then, just the bigger the tournament, I think it makes it more fun. And yeah, I think I probably just had to go similar to what Hamas said. More eyes.
No, fair enough. Completely fair in that sense. I think, more the merrier is definitely what we'd like to see in these tournaments going forward as well. That being said, we're going to send you back to your corner as well, because of course you still need to go up against Home Master. I wished him all the good luck in the future. Same wish going to you as well. Don't you worry about that. I'm not going to just wish luck to one of these players. Both of you get as much more wishes from me. So thank you very much, D-Mutt. And I hope you give us a fantastic show coming up very shortly.
Yeah, thanks, guys. And shout out to the team behind the scenes doing a great job.
Well, that being said there, guys, we are going to now get ourselves ready to get these players into it. Now, we are going to have a slight break because, of course, the players still need to do their warm-up matches. They still need to get everything up and rolling. So please do not go anywhere while we do prepare for you what's going to be a fantastic match. And welcome back to the Hearthstone Open here, of course, presented by Blizzard AEL and supported by McDonald's. Well, guys, we've had quite the field of play here in the upper bracket, but we need to show some love to the lower bracket. Right now, we do get a bit of an interesting turnaround. A player that we started the day off with, that's actually the King Viking, who's been playing the entire round of the lower bracket, has made their way back through towards these upper echelons within that, and is now at the precipice of possibly also qualifying once again, even after falling down. So it can show to you that endurance really is a key component of this game and tournament. Bard, what have you got to say on this one?
I mean, most of what you just said, right? King Viking, what an impressive run through the lower bracket, right? This is a tournament, we sort of mentioned it earlier, but there's been so much to cover, and we've decided to focus on the upper bracket matches where the players who have really got the best chance of going through were playing. But now that we've sort of decided which players we'll see on day 2 there, we're jumping back down, and we see that, you know, these players who have emerged bloodied from that gauntlet of equally talented players, right? Like, this is a tournament of killers. There are no easy matches, even in the lower bracket, and they have fought their way through some very tough battles, including, you know, 3-2s right before this one. Now it's going to be King Viking up against Vexenite, a play we haven't tuned into today. Obviously, we saw, I think, just last week in the Vic qualifier representing my home state, so big props to that. And I'm especially excited based on the lineup that Vexenite has. It's deceptive, right? Classes we've seen before, very unique lineups.
Yeah, it's really interesting as well just to see the actual seeds that both of these players come from as well. When you take into account Vexenite is from Victoria, like you mentioned before, King Viking from New Zealand. But in terms of how we look in the matchup, Vexenite was actually seeded 2nd in this tournament, and King Viking was seeded 11th. So definitely a little bit of a disparity in terms of what this comes across here. But to be honest, the steps in between that probably decided where these seeds come from are probably just irrelevant now at this point in the tournament. Both these players deserve to be here. Every player really deserve to have an opportunity to possibly make it to the final. But again, playing better on the day really is so important, and we can see why we do have these tournaments beginning to all these players making their way through the tournament. I'm really excited to see how this does play out, because I know for a fact you were pretty excited about the shamans coming through in this particular match.
Yeah, I think special attention should be given to the Shaman deck and the Warrior deck out of Vexenite. Like, none of Vexenite's decks are the standard, right? It's the Demon Hunter list, but it's not the Lifesteal Demon Hunter list. It's Death Rattle Demon Hunter. It's a Shaman deck, but it's not the Elemental Shaman deck or even the Quest Shaman deck we were seeing in previous weeks. It's kind of a strange hybrid of the two. And this Warrior deck is not the Quest Warrior deck. This is Big Warrior. This is the cowardly grunt Warrior deck. Emerging from the depths of your ladder nightmares, now playing for a spot in day 2 of our championship stage here.
And this is really interesting as well, because now that we've actually played this far into the tournament, it's going to be our last match of the day. I really do want to also call into account some of the statistics as well, as we are waiting for the players to get their mulligans ready and running into it. The most matches we've had so far is actually Hunters. Hunters played the most amount of games, well, 41% win rate coming across there as well. And on the flip side of things as well, we do have the Warrior second most played on 21 with a 43% win rate.
Yeah, so I mean, this doesn't surprise me too much, right? Hunter is a pretty good matchup against most things, and especially against the more popular decks like these Warriors and Druids. It feels like most players are bringing some perspective on it. It also might just be because people have to add another deck to their lineup, and the Hunter deck, I think, is one of the cheaper ones to assemble for how sort of effective it is against the field. But yeah, we'll see whether or not the Hunter works out for King Viking in this matchup. Vexenite chooses not to bring it, but we are going to still be seeing a Hunter represented and boosting up that stat in our final game of the day.
Well, we do have a relatively slow start here going through to it as well. As we can see, it is going to be just, typical stuff from the Druid. Just continuing to get as many of those cards available. Hasn't really put anything to the measure. And this is actually probably, I feel like, the first Druid that we've seen today.
Yeah, it's been, we've seen, I think, one more right at the start of the day, right? It was Viking again.
Yes,
got that quick win with the really optimal draw. This draw doesn't seem quite as strong, and also very different kind of matchup, right? Like, I don't know how many reps King Viking has and has a practice against this big Warrior deck, right? Like, but there's a totally different timber to the matchup compared to what we're normally used to seeing, right? You have to get the pressure on early, which of course is how the aggro Druid deck wants to get it done anyway. There are a lot more tools stacked against you. This Warrior deck plays 2 copies of Brawl. This Warrior deck plays the Rancor combo. This Warrior deck plays Blade Storm in 2 copies. It plays 2 copies of Minefield. Like, it is a pure board control deck through and through. All it wants to do is keep you from killing it until you reach the late game, and then you start to see a stream of gigantic taunt minions coming out, way bigger than the taunt minions on the Druid side. We're talking Scrapyard Colossus, and that is going to just overwhelm King Viking most likely.
Well, King Viking's still playing, this deck the way it normally should be. We do have the Druid of the Reef coming down, a turtle now making the way onto the field there. The composting has come across as well, so when these start to die, that means the card draw is coming across here. There is also a Grey Bow, one of the most stickier members coming into the play here, but we can see a barricade being formed at this moment in time. We do have those two guards there ready to roll, those two race guards being put in place as well, so just to stop this from happening. And King Viking is responding immediately with that Park Panther.
Yeah, look, I'll be honest, I'm a little bit surprised to see this warrior deck went unbanned, right? And like King Viking maybe knows more than we do. And look, I would never, if you told me Druid won any given matchup, the high rolls are so powerful from this deck. But it does feel like Vexenite is really primed to beat what's on offer here, right? Because the Druid deck is often relying on just chipping away and having lasting value and kind of outlasting enemy clears by either the composting or the Grey Bow, like all the stuff that we've seen. I don't know if you can outlast the sheer number of clears out of this warrior deck, right? Like if you blow up the whole board and there's just a Grey Bow left, this deck just keeps coming in terms of the anti-minion tools. But Vexenite, interestingly, whether it because of a lack of those tools or just a decision that it's safe to go for it, deploys the Cowardly Grunt on curve, actually ahead of curve, just coining it out as soon as possible. And now the gauntlet's been thrown down. How do you answer this card?
What's really interesting about this as well, it summons a minion from the deck as well. As you can see, the Rattlegaw's already in hand. The Scrapguard Colossus is also there as well. So it is interesting there. But I think King Viking's response is, hey, I'm just going straight to face.
That it has to be, right? You're not going to trigger the Death Rattle on the Grunt for Vexenite. But, the question is, like, will Vexenite be able to slow down the game enough? Will one large taunt be good enough? And the nice thing is, you kind of know this Druid deck back to front at this point. It doesn't have a silence. It doesn't have a way to get that single large taunt out of the way. So it will actually be a pretty solid safety blanket if you can set it up here. Going to go for the Minefield play first. See if this kills. It would be kind of crap. Okay, it kills your own Grunt, which is probably not ideal. We summon up Troublemaker, which is going to help with the board clear, but probably not ideal. You'd really love to see the other Scrapyard Colossus pulled out of the deck. That wasn't to be. Now it seems like a bit of an awkward spot for Vexenite, and yeah, I suppose this is the problem. Like the deck, you drew your high cost minions instead of your board clear against the Druid deck, and now that you've continued to draw yourself into that difficult spot, you haven't hit the exact card you wanted off the Grunt. It's a difficult situation.
I'm just doing a little bit of a count now at the moment. We got Arbor up available as well. As you can see, no
that has to be
stop
lethal.
this up. I believe with that he should be able to actually bring out lethal as well, because he's got 8 damage there, of course, with the Grey Bow and the Park Panther, and then of course he'll be able to do and get a bit of extra damage and oof out of it. With the Arbor up, you do get that 2-1 extra on the side of things. Yeah, I think a lot of things there should be enough there. The Borg is actually enough to do it. Does get another Arbor up, which is nice. But as you can see, King Viking says, okay, no worries. You've got the Bulwark to keep you alive for the time being. That would be lethal in the sense that, hey, you know what? If I was actually able to get some damage onto you, but the Grey Bow has returned for the time being, he's able to clear away that Ruffian as well for the same time.
Yeah, we're used to that Bulwark being like a high roll, basically, off of the Juggernaut. But in this case, Vexenite is obviously just rocking the one allowable copy of the legendary weapon, and that's why, right? Even though it's not the best in this matchup, right, it's better against decks that have individual large hits because, of course, each durability blocks one instance of damage regardless of size. So normally you'd say, oh, the Druid deck is very good at chewing through that Bulwark of Azeroth with all its small token minions. But even so, like, King Viking recognizes you can't afford to just leave that Troublemaker on the board for a turn to chip away at the shield. And when you can't force lethal through it, you kind of have to reset things. And now there's the Brawl that we were waiting a while to draw. Just tossing up for Vexenite, is this the turn to Brawl? Can you afford to delay by a turn? Can you throw out the Cowardly Grunt first? I don't think you can really afford to have this happen. But we're going to go for it anyway. I think it's just counting the fact that in addition to not really having a lot of like removal for minions, the Druid deck doesn't have a lot of burst damage, right? This is why you ban the Quest Warrior and not the Druid. You know that there's not like a Mr. Smite coming down or a bunch of face hits off a Cannoneer that are going to clear away the shield charge. And so you feel comfortable that even if an Arbor up is committed, all that does is make Brawl next turn even better.
Well, the thing that's happening here now is we do have that Druid of the Reef being hovered as well, so that's going to come down to it as well. It's going to be buffed up once again by that Oracle of the Elune, just to give a little bit here.
Yep.
It looks like we do have that Arbor up coming down here as well. Now, there's going to be at least 5 attacks that do come out of this as well. So, of course, all of the lower attacks are going to be used up first. The question is that lethal off the back here as well? I don't know if King Vikings has done the count here effectively, but let's wait and see what's being done.
It's not lethal. It's a 2-turn play. But what the important thing here is that last turn, I believe King Viking had 4 attacks available, which would not have cleared the Bulwark. Yeah. By doing this, right, you've built a board that's so large, you demand that your opponent full clear it with something like a Brawl. But also you set it up so that the Bulwark's completely gone. So, and all of your minions are quite large. So whichever minion survives this Brawl, you come out ahead. That being said, we have to see what comes off of this grunt.
That's rough. But the Scrapyard Colossus comes down.
Yeah. It was a 50-50, right? And, I mean, the thing about that is, like, yeah, you could say it's rough to have the Greybow come out like that, but if it had been anything else, I believe it would be resummoning a Greybow here. I think that's almost the best-case scenario, because now Greybow is actually finally killed. It's so awkward, and sometimes you have very little control over it, but that's a massive, massive turn for Vex Knight, really turning the corner.
Yeah, it was able to come out on top there, and Brawl does do what it needs to do there. Another Arbor up immediately being put into Enforce here as well, and this is already a very buffed up board available for King Viking here. But of course, now here comes the big minions. We still have a massive Fell Cracked Colossus there that needs to be chewed through, and the Rattlegore as well is coming through with a huge Death Rattle, which of course keeps on bringing it back to that Death Rattle.
Yeah, it's kind of frightening, though. Like, there are a lot of large minions on your opponent's side of the board, so we're going to go with the Provoke here. And, okay, yeah, we're able to Provoke past our Taunt to spread that damage around. That's so crucial, preserving the giant body that's in the way of our life total. Definitely worthwhile for the Rattlegore, obviously, you know, even before you consider that Death Rattle trigger coming into play. And that's such an overwhelming amount of board clear, right? This is such a counter matchup, and King Viking, you know, brave the charge, decided to ban not this deck, ban the Druid instead. I almost have to check, is this like a spell? No, okay. It's a standard aggro Taunt Druid that got banned out instead of this list, and I don't know if King Viking is regretting that decision now. I might be.
Yeah, you can see really now it has another Scrapyard Colossus that can drop down immediately. So you know what? You just got through that. Let's see if you can get through it one more time as well. I mean, we're well and truly within that turn 10, so it can be dropped. I was just thinking, do I want to actually do that? Do I want to play the Outrider's Axe instead? You know, do I want to play the Rancor? I mean, there's all these options now available here as well, but it is just going to be a nice, easy turn there, and says, you know what? Boom. Another big body, not just one, but 2 that you need to get through. And King Viking says, yep, I am out. There is no more gas in the tank. And that does mean that Vex Knight will be able to take out that first win with this big warrior.
Yeah, the words plays another Fell Cracked Colossus are probably high up on the chart of, like, most likely to come ahead of a concession in Hearthstone. That card is such an absolute ridiculous beating. I mean, it makes sense that there's multiple, you know, fringe archetypes, but still multiple archetypes across different classes, pretty much just about cheating that card into play. And the Warrior might be the best of them. Vexenite, still a surprise to me to see it being repped here, carrying through the victory and getting Vexenite a step closer to day 2 of our champion stage. But that's a meta call and a half for you.
Yeah, I mean, look, at this point in time, I imagine you're very happy, pretty chuffed that we do have a Victorian doing pretty damn well. Look, someone from New South Wales has already qualified, so I'm pretty happy, okay? I'm pretty chuffed as well. Yes. But of course, you know, we wouldn't mind having a good old El Clasico New South Wales versus Victoria. That would be fun to see it actually come across. But that being said, though, we still have the rest of this match to play out. King Vikings has had a very jarring day and already, I mean, we've seen, like, went down straight at the beginning to the bottom here and had to play quite the way through to make it to this point. So I would have to say, you know, King Vikings definitely got the endurance to keep playing through these matches, definitely still has that Druid up here to play into it as well. And it's going to be the Druid going into this Elemental Shaman now.
Yeah, I mean, King Viking, this format leads to a lot of very tight matches, right? And King Vikings played more of them than anyone else today. You have to have lost a lot of games, and yet you're still here. And everyone else you played against, even the person who beat you in round 1, JJ, eliminated. So King Viking definitely not going to be discouraged, just running it back with the Druid list. Very simple, the strategy here. You know, that's the other thing about your opponent having such sort of weird decks. There's not really a master plan that you need to follow here. I think if you just keep running the Druid list against Jank, you're hoping for a slightly better draw. That was obviously like the worst deck for you to run into, and now you imagine it's going to be a much easier win potentially for King Viking. Although, we have to briefly cover this Shaman list from Vexenite, right? This is mostly an elemental Shaman list, but you've got, instead of Doomhammer, you've got Instructor Fireheart and Auction House Gavel and a few of these other cards that are, well, you've got a few of the cards that are mostly showing up in the quest lists or older elemental lists, but no quest and no Doomhammer. So it'll be really interesting to see whether pure minion value on board from these elementals is enough to get the job done.
Yeah, and what I love about it is, like you said, it is a massive variation before, so another variety coming across for us to actually have the pleasure of viewing and watching and commentating on. King Vikings, as though, I mean, in terms of what everything's playing around, very simple off the back here. Is actually going to use the hero power here and actually maintain the cards at the moment just to clear away the board. I think wants to get a few taunts up before dropping that peasant down to try and guarantee at least a few shots coming across here. But the thing that's a bit annoying, of course, is that going up against Vexenite has a few spells as well to actually deal with any of those minions. So I think needs to wait until a few more things are really pushed out first before we can really drop that peasant into the field of play.
Yeah, I think Viking was maybe hoping that Vexenite would try and run the Death Rattle Demon Hunter next, because Death Rattle Demon Hunter deck has a horrid time against Taunt Druid. There's no real way for the deck to punch past the taunts and attack the targets you want. So something like a Peasant behind an early Razormane Battle Guard +1 taunt is basically game over. Like, they just get to run you over with value. But this is the opposite. This deck has so many weapons and a lot of cheap removal, plenty of ways to take out those key minions like the Priestess of Loom we saw last time, or the Peasant there. And even if you can avoid those, a lot of these elementals, like the Gaia Worm, right, that represents powerful removal. And it's actually really well set up, right, for a deck that, even more so than the Quest Warrior, is relying 100% on favorable trades on board and controlling the board with its minions. This Druid deck may have met its match again in the Elemental Shaman.
So you can see here, King Viking still holding onto that Peasant. It's probably obviously waiting until they has a few less cards available to actually make that play. And like you said, is I'm a little bit worried about all this removal that Vexenite actually has within that arsenal as well. We'll still get a pretty mean board up. I mean, we can see with the Razorman Battle Guard, we do have a buffed up Bone Chewer there, as well as with the Divine Shield, and of course the Guardian Augmentation with 2/1 is something that cannot be discounted. But we can see we do finally get to have those removals coming out here. King Viking might feel a little bit more, I guess you could say, happy to actually throw out that Peasants now that most of these removals come down.
I don't know. Unfortunately, that hammer is still there, right? Like, you outlasted the previous hammer, but Vexenite, definitely not short on removal options. Going to actually previously considering leaving the Org Merchant alive to go face, and that is something that's important, right? When you don't have the burst damage of the Doomhammer or the overwhelming late game value you get out of the Shaman quest, you do actually have to go back to a kind of more old-fashioned style of classic card game theory. Just figure out, when am I actually hitting face in here? Because you don't want to wait and see the Druid pull off something fancy with Arbor up and Grey Bow. Like, this Druid deck has surprising legs in the late game. So it's important to make sure that you whittle down their life total where appropriate, and sort of where you force them to start using their turns to trade with you, but decides that it's more important to get that nice hit on the Org Merchant where it won't actually trade with, say, the Gaia Worm, and really actually making a huge opening here with the Fire Elemental. Your opponent sort of just sits pat, plays Teacher's Pet. That's a good sign for you. The Shaman deck is taking control, running out of cards in hand, but at least the last one in hand represents a lot of punch.
You can see as well just trading into that Scorpion to make sure it can't get rid of one of the bigger elementals off the back here as well. So that does mean it is now an empty board here for King Viking, who needs to make something happen. Does get the encumbered Pack Mule, does have another Guardian Org Merchant as well, but this is at the point where you're deciding, okay, do I have enough to actually drop down the encumbered Pack Mule, then follow through the Peasant? The Arbor up is always going to be a threat there, but again, you want to be playing it when you do have a relatively well built up board.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is now struggle mode again for the Druid, basically, but not over yet. No one's giving up this early, so we just got to use our resources as efficiently as possible. Like you said, holding the Peasant the whole game kind of shows the mindset from the outset for King Viking has been much more defensive than we're used to from this deck.
Well, still holding out now for the time being as well, while they do think through what's going to be the next set of turns there. King Viking, looking just along the boards here as well.
Yeah, Vexenite's unleashed the next day. We saw that the bug was happening as soon as I saw like that Pack Mule got drawn and there was no second Pack Mule. You could really, so we're actually on Vexenite's turn right now. We've sort of run out of gas a little bit, but there's a package runner of all things in play off of a Serpent Rider, the random minion summon. Probably not the ideal one to hit. Don't think we're likely to reach 8 cards in hand for Vex Knight this game. And with a bit of a dud coming off of that and no mana on the curve like this, Alakia the Windlord just been a bit of an awkward draw as the deck starts to run out of gas. And, maybe this is what you're missing by not having those Quest Shaman elements because, especially that deck tends to have great card generation. Whereas now we're just going to have to rely on this legendary minion getting the job done. Will blow through the taunt of the Pack Mule and open up the potential for a phase hit. But now we've had the Arbor up play. There's a strong Peasant on board. You have to do something about this board. And Vex Knight could actually be letting control of the game slip away here based on a bit of an unlucky roll and some tough sequencing.
Well, you can see there does deal with most of those minions on board. There does have those big tree ants for the time being. Another encumbered pack mill comes into it, followed by another arbor up, and you can see they really are going to be able to clear out most of this board here. Now things are looking dire for Vexenite, as it seems to be an extremely powered up board here available now for King Viking.
It's always about the arbor up, isn't it, right? We say higher roll for this deck, but almost always it's this one card that's so powerful. So hard to resist, right? The immediate stat generation on board, devastating for a deck like this that doesn't have access to one of those very rare hard board clears, or at least like a soul rend.
Well, so the time being here, Vexnite doing what is available here is going to clear away the board, at least for the time being as well. Does have at least a package runner, which is still nice in that sense that it is going to be a 5/6, but still a lot more available for King Viking here.
Package runner
Another Grave Out coming down.
There's no way to utilize it. You're never going to have 8 cards in hand. It was really brutal RNG, and now it looks like lethal for King Viking, just smashing home a bunch of Arbor up trades. Okay, it might be a 2-turner, but where, I mean, there's not a lot of ways out. Grave Bow, the the 3 most powerful cards of the deck, the 2 Arbor Ups and the Grave Bow coming in clutch for King Viking and really punishing a bit of a low roll in turn from Vexenite. So Cage Match Custodian picked up now, and you're going to draw a weapon here, but that's not even the Doom Hammer you're used to seeing. It's just a Whack-and-All Hammer, not going to be good enough. Likely, this is Vexenite's final turn, and we'll have to go back to the drawing board for another matchup selection.
Yeah, it needs to really just think this one through. I feel like this was, like you said, an idea of perhaps, just showing us why this Druid really is, considered to be one of the premier decks at the moment. Still in that tier 1 selection, still has roughly around a 56 to 57% win rate. Didn't have the best showing in this tournament so far. I mean, when you look at the Druids, it's got about a 45% win rate out of 20 games, the 3rd most played deck here, but still, like you said, has a lot of legs, both in the early and the late stages of the game, so it's just really well rounded, and it's still something that's being picked up from most of the players.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why we keep seeing players ban out just the stock Druid list instead of scary decks like the Priest, or in this case, that Warrior deck that just ran through the Druid for King Viking. It's because it's about which decks do you have that can win, and that your Druid deck is going to beat something at some point. They can't resist for long. You're going to have one of those draws with the Arbor up, and that game looked rough to start with, but the Shaman deck just completely ran out of legs. I'd be interested in going back and seeing some of the other matches that Vexenites played today and seeing how well that deck holds up, like in other situations. So I have to imagine that was slightly unlucky and normally is able to go deeper into the game, but I guess we might get another chance to see it still as Vexenite, tries to battle back and qualify with it through to the day 2 of this tournament.
Look, still has the ability to play this out. It's one apiece at the moment. It still has access, of course, to that Shaman, so hopefully we do get to see an iteration where it performs a little bit better. Of course, on the flip side here for King Viking, still has access to what's going to be the Hunter and the Shaman as well, so possibly a mirror might come out of this. Vexenite, I believe, has already won with that Warrior, so it has the Demon Hunter still left over as well on top of that Shaman. So in terms of what things we do get to see here now as well, I mean, both these players have 2 decks they need to win out of as well, and it is, do or die at this moment in time. You've made a pretty good spot in that placing, which means you do get access to some of those nice cards in terms of these things here as well, but everyone wants to win that little bit more, so that way you do get those juicy packs around that 240 mark. So of course these guys want to get access to that, and are playing for quite a fair bit at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, no one is playing this game going, well, I'm pretty happy to just lose here at the end of day 1. That's about as good as I wanted to do. Like, in hindsight, if that is where you end up, I'm sure you look at it and you think, I did pretty well. You had to get pretty far to get here. Not to mention, through the whole qualifier tournament to begin with. And these players went through some of the largest and most intensely competitive qualifiers we saw for the whole season. But it would be a pity to end the journey here. So Vexenite going to try and run it back with the Shaman. Actually, is this a dummy match? Looks like a dummy match. Yeah, okay. My
I'm
bad.
just sorting everything out at the moment.
Yeah, the classic register my real deck for my dummy match sort of thing going on. But as we briefly talk about the matchups, I'm a little bit concerned for Vexenite, right? Even more so than this Shaman deck, which I'll sort of consider an X factor. Vexenite's running that Death Rattle Demon Hunter. And okay, its big predator, the Druid, did just sort of leave the matchup via the Victor's Door. But this deck has really specific winning matchups. It beats up on the combo decks, right? Because decks that are trying to mostly ignore the board and just kind of push you off with a few board clears and get to a turn later in the game where they beat you. That's where the Demon Hunter deck comes up big, because it's really hard to clear those minions away. Against any deck that actually has a board presence or that tries to go fast, it lacks a lot of play. And so I'm worried about how well it's going to do into this Shaman, into this Hunter. But Vexenite is taking first things first. Got to get a win on the board with your own Shaman first. Is this hand good enough to get it done?
Well, there's a reason why Vexenite did bring, the Shaman into play as well, and also brought that Demon Hunter. I imagine there would be, perhaps some sort of way of sequence that has been thought through. So really, we have to wait and see at this moment in time there. But I do share those same concerns for you, and I imagine yours is actually a little bit more up there in that sense of things. Because of course, Vexenite is, Victoria, and you want them to make sure they do get on through, so that way there's a bit of representation for yourself.
Well, I mean, I love that to happen, right? But I can't hold off my analytic judgment. And also the Demon Hunter list is the only list out of all of these that I've actually had like a decent number of matches on myself, and so I feel very aware of its shortcomings. Out of all of these decks, it's kind of the opposite of those combo decks that it does beat, right? We talked about how good it is to draw all your cards and how good it is to have options and have board clears and have flexibility. And this deck doesn't have any of that at all. You have to curve out. There's obviously some plays you can try and make, but on the whole, it's sort of like that Druid deck, but with less. You don't have like the Priestess option or a Grave Owl. You kind of just like punch out your board and hope they can't deal with it. And if they play something, you don't really have removal to respond. You don't really have a way to recover the tempo. It'll be exciting to see how it goes. But this Elemental deck, that's what we're watching right now. This is some kind of opening.
This is definitely something that's like, okay, now we get to see what Vexenite was really trying to do with this deck here. It's already a very wide board. On turn 2, a number of elementals out to play. King Vikings trying to match with that own menacing Nimbus, with their own menacing Nimbus at this moment in time. But I really feel like this board is definitely going to be able to do some extra bonuses. As you can see here, another elemental coming out will continue to bump up that Veiling of Vapor. And it does mean that there's going to be a lot of extra attacks coming in. Immediately clears away the board. And look at that damage fly right out. 21 HP, and we're only on turn 3.
Yeah, it's really, really interesting to see, right? You would think, oh, they're 2 elemental shamans, but this is where Vexenite's list significantly differs. The curve is like a whole average mana cost lower, and even the cards that they share, they're using differently, right? Like Primal Dungeoneer in King Vikings list, as we saw at the start of the day, it's purely there to draw Rockbiter weapons and Storm Strikes to enhance the eventual Doomhammer kill, right? And that's something you got to watch out for, right? The Vexenite can be ahead on life, but even if you're significantly ahead on life, if you're below a certain threshold, you can just die out of nowhere on turn 6 or 7, especially Doomhammer gets played before that. But in this list, Primal Dungeoneer is pulling up Serpent Shrine Portal. It's pulling up like more board pressure, right? This is just about forcing it through with minions again, and it's really interesting to me to see, other than that warrior list, a player bring a lineup that is 100% focused on just winning control of the board and dealing damage to face like we're seeing now. You would think that in this warrior druid meta, that's the number one thing people would be prepared for, but that goes to show in a small elite tournament like this, the meta kind of gets skewed. We've seen a lot more play around warlocks and demon hunters and priests and hunters at least, and it seems like Vexenite may have come all the way back around to the start. Viking just concedes on turn 4.
He just said, "Yep, I'm out. This is too much." I
That's
just
a lot
realized
of
I've
damage.
got no taunts. I've got no way to clear this board. I don't have a way to actually handle it.
Wow.
It literally was like its own. Talk about eating your own in that scenario. There, that shaman literally just jumped in and completely assassinated one of his own friends, its own kind, and says, "No. There can only be one." At this moment, that was just really insane. And we were talking before, hey, a bit concerned about the shaman deck not really doing it to it, and then Vexenite's like, no, guys, this is how I cast a curse you. Okay, I'm gonna come through, I'm gonna drop down all these cards, and then that power, I mean, you even said it on turn 2, you're like, now this looks like a deck that is ridiculous the way it turns out, when of course you do roll appropriately.
Yeah, I mean, it's only like a few more 1-drops, a few more 2-drops than the Elemental Shaman list that King Viking was running, but look at what a potential difference it makes. And I can kind of see it, the idea that a lot of these decks, other people are also playing these minion-based decks, and they don't tend to have a ton of control, right? They are not running removal. They're not running Lightning Bolts and Serpentine Portal. So if you're running Lightning Bolt and Serpentine Portal, if you're running the cheap weapon Auction House Gavel, it's almost like the old warrior decks. You have got like cheap weapons, cheap removal, efficient minions, and you just seize control of the board and just bully them to death while they're trying to recover. So that worked out. But now this is actually the deck I was worried about. This is just stock Death Rattle Demon Hunter. There's a Talon Forging in there. That's kind of a bonus. That's a flex slot. But other than that, like, you need to probably shuffle away Blackthorn, even though it's your best card, and rely on this Tusk Piercer. What you really want to do is turns 2 to 4, have a sequence of those Bristleback cards that each Death Rattle summon each other out of hand, right? That's where the big value comes through, because the Shaman deck won't be able to keep up with you, and you can trade however you like, still maintain a board, and then when you're ahead from that, that's where you start to develop your late game. You have Death Speaker Blackthorn, obviously. You have Illidari Inquisitors as burst damage. And you have the Skull of Gul'dan, which we've seen out of other Demon Hunter decks already today, as a way to, create pressure through card efficiency.
Well, we're just waiting to see at this moment in time what is going to be the complete mulligans across here. As you can see, just a few extra choices here for Vexnite in terms of what needs to be played out. I do finally think that the mulligans have come through here, which means we're pulling into it. And just looking at that straight mana curve, looking pretty decent here at this moment in time, if I had to take that into account. And for King Viking here, but as we can see, a very early Tusk Piercer also coming out here for Vexnite. So Vexnite's probably happy with the mulligan as well.
Somewhat happy, I think. The Tusk Piercer is probably the ideal turn 1 play, just because like you just do the second hit here and you draw a minion, right? But the problem is you really want this to be drawing like your 3rd or 4th minion. That's because there's pretty high variance on it. This is incredibly awkward. You really want to be getting on the board here. You're going first. You know your opponent is also quite powerful in terms of board control, quite an aggressive deck, and they're going to be getting out ahead of you with the coin now, and all you're doing is drawing cards. You really don't want to see the Illidari Inquisitor this early in the game. You've actually drawn the second Persistent Peddler, which is super awkward. You're going to have to trade that back into the deck. This is not a combo list like the Quest Demon Hunter, where that's your source of card draw. You're relying on having one of those in the deck for the first one to summon out with the Death Rattle. And now you found the Quillbores, but it's slightly
too little too late.
No, it's not too little too late. It's not too little too late. It is later than you'd like.
Fair enough. I mean, this is the big thing we need to take into account. It kind of feels like this moment with Colbert where he wasn't able to find those Octobots when he really needed to, which is, like you said, getting those persistent peddlers instead of getting the cutlasses. So, pretty rough here for Vexnite, but still not the worst scenario here. But of course,
this can be bad though. This can be really bad.
Storm Strike and just drops that down straight away.
There was some slight risk there, which, granted, would have been a godly called shot from King Viking, but that card could have pulled a Persistent Peddler into play, and there might have been a decision. If you go for the Persistent Peddler and kill it before the other one is traded back into the deck, you really nullify the value of both cards, but that would have been a pretty fringe scenario. We dodged that. The problem is that King Viking, as you can see, is discounting all the cards in hand, really generating a lot of power for the next couple of turns. And Vexnite's curve is still incredibly awkward. You have a 4-drop in hand, but if you play this Peddler right now, it's terrible. Yeah, you cannot play that Peddler. It's so bad if you don't get the Death Rattle value. So instead, we have to look at, maybe we could have cast out Illidari Studies. I feel like keeping the first Illidari Studies was understandable, but an awkward one, because obviously you mulled into the second and then draw the Inquisitor. It's really a better turn 4 or 5 play than anything else, and we're just going to play whatever we get here. Just in terms of putting something on the board, at least it's something that gives us a bit of clear.
What we can see it is going to be at least a body, like you said, something to get rid of one of the minions available here. But King Vikings is ramping up at this moment in time. Now I see a lot of electricity sparking from those cards, so they're ready to roll at this moment in time. Another Primal Dungeoneer as well, just to help set up for that late game. He's actually going to play this a little bit slower. He's going to pop out that Hero Power and follow through the Arid Stormer, and is quite happy just to continue setting up for a much bigger turn.
I mean, you can kind of afford to at this point. You've recognized this is a very anemic start from the Demon Hunter deck. When you see someone trading away Persistent Peddler on turn 4, you know that their hand is atrocious, like bottom 5% hands. Because that means that you have the other Peddler in hand, you don't have any other better play available for 4 mana or less, which is most of the deck. It's really rough. And looking at the hand, it's as rough. Like, it goes deeper, right? Look at the Skull of Gul'dan. You really need to play that for outcast value. I don't think you can afford the tempo hit of just playing it as a 6-mana spell that draws undiscounted cards. You need to be able to free cast the cards you draw, but it's trapped behind the Illidari Inquisitor. You have to play out your entire hand through the cards you're drawing to unlock that outcast. It's basically impossible. So there's so much running against Vexenite right now. You really, really need to see an on-curve Death Speaker Blackthorn to try and bail you out of this one.
Well, isn't going to be the case again. King Viking, again, very happy just to slow this one down. Will Hero Power out a Searing Totem for the time being. Finally gets, of course, what seems to be the guy when out, which means that he's going to be able to get more generation from that. The Persistent Peddler has made their way onto the board for the time being, but of course, when I look at everything that's happening here, you've only got one of those Tusk pieces available. You do have now what seems to be a building board here for Viking, and at the same time, that building board has two of those minions essentially for free.
I mean, you can get a strong clear here with the Fell Rattler. The question is how you want to use it. You could, for instance, punch away the Taunt and run the Fell Rattler into one of the larger minions and leave one thing on the board and hit face, or you could do this, which is going to be a full clear. Well, yeah, I guess the point is we're preserving health on our Peddler over preserving our own life total, but it is really awkward. It's like, this deck doesn't have a ton of interactions which are really explosive. Nothing that's like, you know, to the point of Arbor Up or whatever. It's going to bail you out completely by itself. You're kind of relying on a lot of cards to line up in a generally favorable fashion, and for those small bits of value to accrue. But we're kind of getting past the phase of the game where a lot of them are at their best, and not much has added up. It's good that we managed to corrupt that Fellsteel execution of that card. Feels terrible to play in its normal form. This weapon, obviously, a 4/3 weapon for 3 is incredible and might offer the kind of control we need, but it's still going to be a difficult next couple of turns. You need to get this Illidari Inquisitor out of hand in such a way that won't be too bad of a tempo hit, because that's like a Mr. Smite style card you really want to use to end the game more than anything. But at least if you can do that, unlock the Skull of Gul'dan in Outcast mode, try and overcome the Shaman with a bit of tempo, but there's not much time left because the Doomhammer clock is counting.
And as we say that as well, you can see King Viking's quite happy to play these, combinations basically as efficient as possible. He's going to use another Storm Strike just to deal with this Tail and Cauldron for the time being. Here comes a Divine Rager, I feel, at this moment in time as well, which is going to have that Divine Shield up and available, so it needs to be dealt with. And the damage is really starting to pile on by going to the face here.
This is something for Vexenite, right? Because this is turn 8. As of, you could immediately go for Illidari Inquisitor and Illidari Inquisitor again next turn. Just with your weapon, that is 24 damage.
That is pretty big. Let's see what he does decide to do with this in this case here. I mean, what is it like? It just is being held on for the time being.
It's do you do that now?
There's a bit of a count here. You can tell Vexenite's counting right now.
Yeah.
So that is definitely some thought process going into it. Recognizes that as a possible line of play. It's just a matter of Vexenite thinks it's going to be the most feasible one in the current state, because it is a bit of that scenario that where maybe you're feeling a little bit pressed to make it work.
It's just how scared are you to die next turn?
Yeah.
It turns out somewhat scared, right? Because this is still a great play. That is one of the power cards of the deck. Death Speaker Blackthorn pulls up a bunch of Death Rattle guys. It's going to be hard to clear this board. Unfortunately, there's nothing in hand for this Razorboard to summon, so that minion doesn't really have 2 lives. But you can even, Demon Claws, and you can go face here. You put them low, they have to clear your board, and then next turn, you still have a weapon hit available, and even the turn after that, right, you can always use your hero power to generate some attack on your hero so that you can go face immediately, basically turning Illidari Inquisitor into an 8-power charge finisher. That's going to be available back-to-back now, so you're going for a 3-turn kill, potentially, instead of a 2-turn kill, but you're not vulnerable to getting bursted, or even surprised by, like, a sudden large taunt.
Well, things are definitely beginning to make a bit of a turn here as well. I mean, when we look at what's happening here, King Viking does have no Doomhammer right now.
Yeah.
He doesn't really have the tools available to really start putting that pressure on. Does have an Instructor Fireheart, so that seems to be the one coming down here. Can get another Storm Strike, a Serpent Shrine Portal. Looks like it's going to be that portal in the end there as well. And he's going to be using the Divine Charge to start clearing things away, get a little bit of HP back at the same time with Vexenite. Of course, I mean, the board is still effective here. King Viking still benefiting.
Oh, that's bad. That's game. Yeah.
Yeah, Vexenite's calling it.
That was brutal. I mean, that looked so terrible for the Demon Hunter deck, and then you look over the other side of the board, and King Viking actually, it turns out, maybe had an even worse draw, because at least Vexenite had the card to end the game eventually, and somehow King Viking just couldn't put on enough pressure. There was so little ward being, developed by Vexenite, and yet this Shaman deck just couldn't turn the heat up fast enough without that key Doomhammer.
And it sort of comes back to that point again. That we're saying, hey, don't have what I need just yet, but I still have some free mana. Let's just get some extra totems out. And you can see that Vexenite, even though things looked really good, like you said, didn't have a key piece of that puzzle, so was unable to actually get that there. And that does mean that Vexenite will be able to continue forward into that next round. It means that we will have someone from that good old Victoria side coming on through there. Yeah, a bit of a fist pump in the air. Woo, that side there as well coming
Let's
across.
go.
Of course, I mean, look, King Viking, we can't discount at all the play that has been put into this here. I mean, to lose at the start of the day and then play all the way through to what's going to be the final match in that lower bracket, that is an extremely valiant effort. And thank you so much for competing in the tournament so far. So very big credit there to King Viking for coming on through it and playing out this match.
Yeah, absolutely. And to everyone who played today, right? Like, all of these players, even if they got eliminated in straight sets today, right? Someone has to. A couple of people have to. They came here through a qualifier tournament. So every player here is basically a champion. They've all done so much. Playing 4 different decks here today, or bringing 4 different decks that you're happy to play. It takes a lot of preparation. We had players talking on interview about how much they were focused, how much adrenaline is running through them. And we are glad to be able to put on that tournament for them. But it obviously takes having such dedicated players of such caliber to make these great streams happen and be so entertaining.
Yeah, what I really love as well is when we were going through those interviews is the players talking about their preparation. That, for example, with Homemaster sitting back and saying, yeah, I've been playing a ton of Quest Road just to have a bit of a wild card factor coming to the tournament, which definitely, came out trumps for him in the scenario, being so close to making their way towards that finals right now. So a lot of good stuff happening throughout this tournament overall. That being said, though, that is pretty much us done for the day. We'll still have some more action coming tomorrow, but Bard, do you have anything else to say before we do close this out?
Thanks to everyone who showed up again, and obviously thank you to our competitors we'll be seeing tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to it, and I expect that after today's matches, they'll have time to go back and review each other's games. Even more high-level play, next-level bluffing coming out tomorrow.
Definitely the case coming across there. Apart from that, though, guys, thank you so much for everyone that's been watching, to the production team, and of course the players that have been pulling everything out. We still have a lot more Hearthstone action again tomorrow. It's going to be the finals. This is it. We get to crown who's going to be the victor, arguably one of the best Hearthstone players available here in the Australian New Zealand region, and will be around roughly around the same time, guys. So please, we hope to see you there. Bye for now.